Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today's topic for setting a PHP development environment is an essential statement for building and testing PHP based on application locally before deploying them to a live server. There are several tools available to help you set up the environment, and the popular are including JAM, MAP, and the web. So these are the practical provide the pre-configured stack that include MySQL are all the MongoDB and the PHP are the essential components for running all your web applications. So here now I define for the state-based guide to setting up your PHP development environment using JAM, MAP, or the WAMP. Okay, so first of all, I'm download for the XAMPP cross-platform server. So XAMPP is an open source cross-platform solution for setting up local server environment with Apache and MySQL and the PHP. So first of all, I'm download for the XAMPP. So first, visit the official website. So here, the type for is a XAMPP download. So just click on here and I'm going for either for the first official just link. So just to click on and it is download is chat. Okay, so now just go here and you can see it is available for the 3 version of the first of the PHP 0, 31, 25 and 232. Okay, so also for this version, so just you can see the download for more and you can scroll here also this choose query the Apache Windows Apache for Windows. So just click upon the system for wait. Okay, so you can see here is you can see here, so download one is automated typically and just click on the click here. So you can see just wait here and clicking you can see just save, and here is completely starting for this download process is easy way. Just completely download for the JAM version and just wait and select this operating system and just start. So when the computer is properly downloaded and usually install for okay system. Okay, next point for download for is another for the AMP and used for the Mac and the Windows. MAMP is another option for setting up a local PHP environment designed for Mac and Windows. Mac user is properly download for the AMP download. So I'm just going back and then back here and just type here and using for this another just platform. So repeat. So first of all AMP. Okay, so AMP and just perfect click on and here first on the AMP and so you can say click on this icon and just click for this download button and perfectly starting you can choose for is properly download for easy Mac and Windows in this platform, this server. Okay, is done. And the next point for here is another one is a WAMP. WAMP is a similar package for Windows that provide Apache, MySQL and the PHP. See easily download here and so just going here and type for is this one here. Okay, and then click for the enter and you can see it's the official website that the server is the 64 here days. Please properly take on this first link and just select the version so which for the system for 32-bit and the 64-bit. Okay, so you can easily download and just click on this 64 and 34 32. Okay, so you can now just use this and going back again here and used for here is also, and here is a few minutes because here is big file. So now just not because in the JAM server already installed on my computer. So just in open, first of all you can see the local server and properly used for these code editor, Sublime editors, and just again back here and then type, or you can see first of all I'm typing the Sublime text download, and you can see in this inside I'm creating for all program. Okay, so just click on this first link and this properly open, and this choose for this Windows, for this also available as portable version. Okay, so you can just select and properly download or in this Windows version. Okay, just click on this one and also choose for here is download version button and properly download for the Sublime text editor. Okay, so you can see just click on and here the properly started. So in this two server side application already installed on my computer, so now just direct open and starting for the first program. So just check for in this my computer is properly working for JAM map WAMP. Okay, so now I'm just going for my computer search for and then type for, so first of all I'm type open is JAM local server, so properly open. Okay, so here is properly, and you can see first of all the in this application, so properly this one open and just click on for Apache and MySQL for the database server. Apache is a web server and the MySQL is a database server. So you can see here, you can see the green color and properly open and install for the MySQL. So just minimize and delete application. And the next open for the editor, code editor, just meeting and server, and we search for type for here perfectly the supply, and here I'm properly open. So you can see here and in this code I'm previously created, so you can create. So first of all I'm going for in this open this folder, so just going here and C drive and also going the JAM and going forward here is a select for a htdoc. Okay, and those things you can choose for here or the own small file, you can choose for coding, compete for program, and also okay, so you can open already, select the doesn't, and you can see there is a 3 basic standard. So first of all I'm using here in this and using this questions mark and also PHP starting and again creating this closing. Okay, so here is perfect, and again just going here and letting this inside and creating for this output statement just like for the April. Okay, so here I'm simply using this and here inside the message. So first of all type for hello JAM. Okay, so you can see here properly type hello JAM, and next step here I'm using for again the output statement equal property insert and type for another application like, so first of all I'm type for is a MAMP. Okay, so next on please using for another equal for the output statement, and this inside type for here is another one, just type for hello LMT. Okay, so you can see here's properly create those 3 applications, so those okay, so here is properly save, and first of all is a mouse right setting, click on and just copy file part of this. Just copy and open for into the browser, just here, and click on for another new tab. Just remove and here and press for this. And notice some things for the jam, C drive jam, and here htdoc, and here I'm only including is a local. Sorry, I'm just using all the small letters, so just type for is a local per server. Okay, and press for enter. So you can see here the printing the hello jam, hello map, and hello WAMP. You can see here using for the new line and perfectly show the output here. So you can see here the profile understanding these two, the tutorial perfectly using and show the output. Okay, so you can see the student map, jam map, and WMAP is a convinced way to set up a local PHP development environment without needing a configure individual companies packages. I hope this package include Apache, MySQL, and the PHP, making it easy to start developing PHP application right away. So choose on the basic which you and operating system and development needs to start building your PHP project locally. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's new tutorial series. So today I'm starting for the PHP program, and here so today I'm writing for the first program of for the PHP. Okay, so first of all I'm explaining for introduction to PHP and the data. So PHP is a popular scripting language widely used for web development and follow. Make sure you have your local server set up like jam or a map. Also that really create a new file with a index, and you can see in greeting for the final index dot notation for the PHP. For this in this tutorial, this name is a first script and you can write for index.php. And first of all I'm open for, and here is a jam server, and you can see properly open this Apache, and MySQL is a database server. Okay, so just to manipulate this and just starting for this program. First program here showing this plain text with a PHP and just show a PHP code, a tutorial with this following in this code. So first of all I'm creating here the PHP code structure. Okay, so first of all here I'm using for this lesson sign and also using for this question mark, then the timer part is a PHP and the space, and then again question mark and this in one. So here it is completely creating this PHP code structure. So in this inside I'm creating this output statement just like string type for here. So first of all I'm type for it's like hello world. Okay, so you can see here is a properly defined, this example is a classic hello world scheme. Okay, using for echo in PHP we can display these directly onto the web. In this code just you're obtaining PHP less than question mark, also PHP, then using this echo and output the stream for hello world, and finally closing PHP with for the questions mark and the greater side. Okay, so it is done, and now just I'm perfectly saving the code and just going for just run the file on server and see the press and the display. Okay, so now this one, so first of all save this and just copy in this file and open for this the server, and just for here the application server. So first of all upon open in the file box, and this is stream just remove this all impression and just in change for here, so properly change for this jam at the st dot and type for is a local host. Okay, and press for enter, and you see the result is properly printing the classic output for hello world. Okay, that means I will perfectly understand this essential for, and PHP output contains total browser. Okay, so here is completely creating this fast PHP program. And next topic I'm also using here is a basic arithmetic operation. Okay, so now let's see this example. So as you can see here, I'm remove for the statement the April. So here first upon define this variable, and then also the value, the string, starting with this variable and declaration using for this dollar symbol, and also type for here is a number 1 is inserted, the value is a 25. Gaining using this another variable number 2 is equal to apply for here is a 50. Okay, then I'm using for another one variable declaration sum is equal to define for here is the number 1 and the additional operator inside it. So the mistake here, the scenario first using always apply this dollar symbol, and then type is another variable of the number 2. And here I'm using this output statement just like equal and this inside. So first of all I'm type for sum of, first of all define here is the number 1, and so just type in including define the number 2 variable, and also just complete the sentence and define just the another variable and just like sum. Okay, that is perfect. And just say, and you can say in this section for this example here properly created basic operation arithmetic operations, and here we have a 2 variables, slide numbers 1 and the number 2 is the state the value of 25 and the 50, and adding together to store the result in sum using for the echo, and this display the sum directly on the browser. Okay, so now I'm saving this code and open again this browser, and I'm just refresh now. Okay, so you can see here properly show the output, the sum of 25 and 50 is 75. Okay, so I hope you understand this example. Okay, it's done. And the next topic I'm also using this another example for conditional statement. So now let's see this another example. So first of all I'll remove for in this all port. Okay, so here first of all define this another variable, like here is a is equal to type for here is a date, and this inside I'm inserted for the simple, sorry, so just apply for the double quotation this inside using for simple page. Okay, and now I apply for here is a statement, so using this all small later and this inside creating this condition. So custom define the variable is out is less than equal, and then is inside using this equal, and then type for the message as like here is a good morning. So you can see here type for is good morning. Then I apply for his else condition, and I'm defining for the symbol of a hour is less than of a 10. Okay, and then I'm using for the another of if for printing the message. So here I'm using for another one, so type for here is curl this up. Okay, and using for again, so now I'm apply for the else this and creating this another equal and printing this message. So first of all I apply for both evening. Okay, so you can see it's properly typed is a good ML. Okay, so this code is completely and using this conditional statement. Just I'm perfectly saving this code and open this browser and just refresh. And as you can see, this properly show for the good morning. Okay, so I hope you're understanding in this tutorial. So I properly covered the 3 example using display text and performing basic and arithmetic operation and using conditional statement for personal grading. So those are the fundamental piece we concept that we can help you build dynamic and interactive web. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another PHP programming series. So today we'll cover the PHP syntax using comments in PHP and how to embed PHP code within HTML. So let's dive in these 3 quick examples. So first of all, I have introduction to basic PHP syntax. Okay, so let's start with the basic PHP syntax. The PHP code is written between for in the PHP core extension and the stack that every PHP statement typically ends with a semicolon. And let's see this in action. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating for the PHP basic body structure, and in this insert I'm type for the equal and the because here I'm printing the symbol of message. Okay, so here first of all I'm type for the welcome to PHP. Okay, so you're properly defined and you can see in this echo for the output text to the browser, and don't forget to end the statement with a semicolon. And if you run this file on the local server, you will see welcome to PHP display on the page. Okay, so now first of all I'm just open and just copy for in this file part and open this browser and this paste here, and I will just ready for and just time and refresh. Okay, so you can see the result for welcome to PHP. Okay, so here you can also remember PHP port you need to run on a server environment like XAMPP. So you can see I'm already open for this the XAMPP server, and you can see properly open Apache. Okay, so now here first complete is completely done, and now I'm going for this another example and the next example for using comments in PHP. Okay, so now let's talk about the comment in PHP. The comments are useful for adding notes or explanation within your code. Please don't add your in the final output like PHP support both single and multiple line. Okay, so now let's see the example. So you can see just in this equal statement. So first of all here I'm using this double slash and also message. So now here a single line comment. Okay, and you can see this comment line comment, and next I'm using for equal state name and here type the message. So again type for in this line is display. Okay, so you can see here properly type for this display line is displayed. Okay, so and now I'm show you another comment like multi-line comment. So here first of all I'm type using this backward this forward slash and the star side, and then I also type for here the message. So you can see here I'm using for piece this is a multi-line comment, and also here a type at advance. Okay, SE pen span for multiple lines. Okay, so multiple lines, and I'm just doing this next one here. First of all, I'm using this multiplication sign and forward this sign, and now here I'm using this another output statement just like echo and this message. So please line. Okay, so this line is also display. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly typed. This line is also display, and you can see first of all the single line comment is start with double forward slash with multiple line, and it start with forward slash, and here is a star mark and aim for the star marks, and this comment. And comments is great way to put your code organized and the read. Okay, so now let's save this code and now show how only the equal output app in the browser while the comments are ignored. Okay, so I'm opening this browser and just I'm refreshed now. As you can see here, see this single and this is line is displayed, and this is a single printing for the multiple part. Okay, you can see this properly showed. And now this is another important topic for embedding PHP in HTML. Okay, so now let's see how to embed PHP within HTML. This is very common in web development as it relates you mix the PHP code with HTML elements. And here an example. So here in this code, just remove and open for in this another new file. I'm already creating this file like a index.html. Okay, this incident creating for is a PHP and HTML code. Okay, so first of all I'm creating this structure. So using the here is a doc type ast, sorry. Okay, and also in this next slide here I'm also using this HTML, and you can see properly this all. And so now we first type this count. Okay, so here the typer is a element.php in HTML program. Okay, and this I'm going for in this body inside I'm creating for this code. So here first of all I'm using for reading h1 tag, and the same I'm also creating for a PHP for the structure. So first of all using those the response question mark and also that PHP and this type properly under the, and here have the output message. So first of all type for follow from PHP. Okay, so you can see here properly must be creating this and closing for this page PHP record, and also using for this is a h1 tag. Okay, so here is perfectly creating an h1 tag, and I will go this another one, and now I'm using this paragraph tag. So now I'm using this, here is a 2 days. Okay, so just tell this 2 days is okay. Again using for the PHP for the structure, so just type one here is the PHP and also the date. And here I'm creating for this date format. I'm supposed to call the define the year, and next time type for the month and date on the date, and using this turn any question mark and closing the PHP structure. Okay, and you can see it's completely creating this code and this code just here, and just vary for the PHP inside the HTML and PHP code within the h1 and the paragraph tag, and the P is output is grading on the today's state and useful for equal within the page. We display the dynamic content like the date directly in the h1. Okay, so you have completely cleared this code and you can properly run this code and see the result. Okay, so you can see here the student tutorial is completely done, and today I'm properly covered the basic PHP syntax using comments and also for inverting PHP within HTML. So those fundamentals, you are on the way to building interactive web based with PHP. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another PHP programming series. So today you are going to cover the variables and the data in PHP. So that by the end of this tutorial you will understand how to create variables and use them with different data types. So now let's get started. So first of all, explain introduction to variables and the data types. So variables in PHP are contents that to store information. You create a variable using this dollar symbol and the followed by the variable name. Like PHP is dynamically typed. This means you don't have to declare the data type. So PHP assigned it automatically based on the value. Let's see how it works with some example. So today I'm storing the data types in supposed to example. So now let's create. So you can see I'm already creating this PHP fully structure, and this defined for the variable is the name, and also now inserted for the name is a. So now I'm inserted for the name is. So first of all I type is a. So just type here is journey Scott. Okay, so here I type for and using for the next and must be defined the same name from. And here using the output state name and type the message. So welcome is a hello, and then using must be defined. So the location and the decline the variable is starting for the dollar sign and using this name and taking that the notation and these things, and I'm creating this number. So you can see example is properly creating the variable name and assigning each the stream value like Jan, Cord and the peach. There is a trace this stream data type, and to display this variable use equal, and here is concatenate testing using this properly the dot operator. This board will output the hello genius so on the page. Okay, so now I'm just saving this code and open this again this browser and refresh. As you can see here, the properly show the output of the genix bot. Okay, so I will hope you probably understand this first example for data types. The next topic for integer and the plot point is the plotting data. So now creating this another example suggest remove this. So first of all I define the variable of the each with the equal to a part defined for another one is floating point. The variable height is the equal to define for the height is 5.9. Okay, and now I apply for properly this output statement and this insert column and define this age and using this dot operator and declare the variable of age again and create here the completely is a new line. Apply it is okay. Okay, and again going the next line and apply this method and now just plotting point message. So using the dot operator define the variable of height and putting this there and creating so this inside and define for the height and the particular variable, and also here and then using this double quotation and then type it. Okay, so you can see like variables age and the height Each is an integer, which means each holds a whole number, and the height is a plot, and they represent a decimal number. And here displaying the both variables on the page. Okay, so here in the code, and open this browser and just refresh now, and see here show an arrow. You can say I'm leaving for, so first of all here creating this double operator. Okay, so just remove and open this begin browser and just reload, and as you can see here properly show the age is 30 and the height for 5.9 feet. Okay, so I hope you completely understand the symbol of example and the next topic called the Boolean data types. Okay, so now we are starting with Boolean data types. So here first of all I'm declared the variable name for is under the for the student. Okay, so in this condition is likely true. Next step here I'm using this conditional statement just like if, and here I'm for the condition possible. First of all define for the student, and in this inside I'm taking the code. Okay, so first of all define is equal and the print the welcome message. So here type is welcome, and also that the student, okay, so is student creating this block. Okay, and the next just using for the else statement and creating this another, I call for the stage main and type the message. So just slide here is the welcome is a guest. So you can see here is properly typed, and the student example is completely done, and here I am properly using these Boolean data types. Please can be true or false, and here is created the variable just like the student and the stated return, and using here the statement and the take values is student is true and output welcome the student, and otherwise the output welcome test. Okay, so the notice open this browser and see the results. So as you can see here now, as you can see because each statement is completely worthy, and the print the for the welcome student. So here the company agreed, and so today I'm properly variables the data types in PHP, including the string, integer, and the float, and the booleans. And in this understanding, this basic is essential for PHP developers. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another PHP programming series. So today we're exploring constant, string, number, and the array in PHP. So by the end of this tutorial, we'll understand how to work with each of these elements in PHP. So now let's get started. So first of all, I'm creating example for constant, and here today I'm defines constant in PHP. So first I'm start with the constant. The constant are like variable but defined. Their values cannot be changed. They are perfect for storing fixed value in PHP. Define constant using the define function. Okay, so now let's say this example. So first of all, here I'm type for is this define. Okay, so here first define the name, and the second define for the value. So you can see here creating the name, so just using the quotations and in this inside, and here type the inside underscore the name. Okay, and the next step here I'm using for another double quotations, and this insert type for here is the my website. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly type for this my website. Okay, so I just define this semicolon, and here I'm using for this output statement. So first of all here message for welcome to, and apply for later, and define for here is a site name. Okay, so you can see this example is properly defined, and the constant for the site's names with a value. for the my website, and going, we call the site name is output. Welcome to my website. Notice that there's no applied for the $sign before constant is PHP, unlike the variable. Okay, so now just remove this browser and just refreshing. As you can see, here is perfectly show the output to welcome to my website, and here not used for the dollar symbol. Okay, so I hope you understand the symbol of constant. And the next symbol for this, so today I'm working this string. So PHP streams can be created with a single of double quotation. Double quoted stream allow for variable interquotation with made more flexible. Okay, so now just removing this code and creating for another new output. Okay, so first of all, here and define this variable using this dollar symbol, and then type for here is a first name. Okay, and define the first name is insert, and the name is using for another person name. And so here I'm inserted for the person name just like Oliver. Okay, and the next line here I'm defined for properly the semicolon, and now I'm using this out of the statement like echo, and here I'm checking the message for hello and define this properly, and the variable is the name first name. Okay, and also in this next line and here using for another of equal, and this inside using the single quotation inside creating this new line. Okay, I'm using again for this output statement like echo and apply for. So first of all, and creating here is a simple again type for the message for just not use, now using this hi, and apply for here is the dot operator and declare the first name. Okay, and again type this dot notation and this define for this symbol of this. So you can see this example here I'm used for the both the double and the single quotation to output the values of first name and the each double portion, and the first name is replaced by its value directly, whereas in the single quotation we have a concatenation with the dot operator. Okay, so now just see the output, open this browser and just refresh. As you can see here, first the printing the double quotation output for this hello world, and the second the single quotation is printing for the hi Oliver, same for this output. And you can see the using the double quotation makes it easy to insert variable values in this stream, and while the single quotation are often prefer the plain text as they are significant faster. Okay, now it's done, and I'm using for another topic for the numbers. So again performing for arithmetic operations with numbers. Okay, so here I use this perform the basic operation, arithmetic operation like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and the divisions. Okay, so now let's see this program. As you can see here, the remove for all this code. Okay, so first of all I'll define this variable like price is equal to for the 50. Then I'm using for another variable just like tax is equal to 5%, only the 5. Okay, another variable defined for is a total to is equal to declared is a price, and the class operator defined for the another one just like a tag. Okay, and here I'm using this output state main, and here and the tag total price is a mistaken type, so the total. So first of all you're trying for the total price. Okay, so price is using this dollar symbol and also apply for dot operator and define the variable adjustingly total. Okay, so as you can see this example, and you can add the price and the gas variable to give the value total cost, and then use for the echo the total quiz output for the total price is. So you can also use the operator like multiplication and the division. Okay, so here in this corner, just properly run and see the results. Just click on this run process, and you can see here result for the total price, the $55. Okay, so in this page, PHP numbers handles properly, making it great choice for calculation and financial obligations. Okay, so another topic like adding today creating using for the array. So PHP allows multiple values scheme is a single variable. So we support different type of array, but we'll focus on a single index array here. Okay, so first of all, we move for all this code and define the variable using, okay, and equal to the using the single array. So just in properly, okay, so now so you can see here I'm just write this array, and here I'm excite this first name. So first of all, I'm type for is fruit is avocado, and another fruits apply here is a grape, and you can see the grape. Also for the first name, first name is a blackberry. Okay, so just for here is blackberry. Okay, so I can say it's properly defined three example of foods, and they using this output statement just type for echo, and this insert represent methods I like. Okay, so I like, and this dot operator define this variable just like first, and using index theorem, and again this dot operator, and then type for is a quotation inside using this comma, and also apply this dot operator and define for again the variable just like it was, and using for the index for one, and also using the dot notation, and then type for here, and using for again the dot operator define this variable just like its floats, and use for the index of 2. Okay, and using for the using this the simple compile dot. Okay, so you can see this example here, create an array for like fruits with the 3 elements just like avocado, grapes, and the black cherry, and you can access the elements using this starting from 0, and here I will put the first, second, and the third element. So now just open this browser and see the result. As you can see, open, and as you can see in the here properly grab this fruits or list. Okay, so array are the part way to handle list of item in PHP and used for extensively when working with dataset. Okay, so that's it for today's tutorial. So also properly covered the constant, strings, numbers, and the arrays in PHP. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another PHP programming series. So today we're exploring the control structures in PHP, especially if else and the switch case meant. So those are essential for decision making in our course analysis. So get started. So first of all, I'm introduction to control structure. So control structures allow you to execute certain part of code based condition, and equal statement idle of checking a specific condition, while switch case is great for handling multiple possible value. So now register both the stage made. Okay, so during perform these different, it shows based on where is either its condition is true or false, like Boolean example. So first of all, I define this variable just like a equal to 18. Okay, and then I'm apply for a condition, and here I'm using for the dollar symbol here age is greater than equal to 18. Okay, and this first of all I'm using for the output statement just like okay. So you will see here I'm type the message for you are for the eligible to bolt. Okay, and that's probably right, and also using for the else statement and creating this again curly brackets and using for another output statement, and here I type for you are not for eligible to vote. Okay, so you can see here the type, and in this example just to checking it age is greater than or equal to 18. If it's out for the for otherwise the output for is not choose. Okay, so you're complete, and now I'm saving this code and open in this browser and just in refresh, and I can see here I'm inserted for the URL and just click on this browser. Okay, so you can see show the URL bot, and you can see this April status is ideal for checking a simple condition and responding based on the result. Okay, so you're done for the April statement. So another topic for the switch. So today I'm using for the switch case for multiple values. So now this is starting. So first define the variable is equal to, so inserting for the J is name is apply just like Wednesday. So let's start the Wednesday. Okay, and also just going this next slide on here using perfect the switch case first upon and declare the variable just like did, and in this inside sorry that remote. Okay, so properly remove and first of all and define the product case. So okay, so first case I'm creating here day is 8 Monday. I'm going using for the simple of a if4. So first of all I'm type 1 here, so you can see apply for the symbol of if4 statement, and here can the message for first of all I type part of the work which. Okay, you can see here this message all the sentence is complete, and now I'm apply this break statement. Now I'm using for another case, so just type this case and the case name creating for property the Wednesday. Okay, and doing this next system, and I'm using this symbol for before stage. Okay, type this another message. So here first of all I'm type for its need break. Okay, so it's applied where is a mid weight and a majority, and stand again using this property applied is a break statement. Okay, and extern again apply for the switch case, sorry not such a case, only apply this case, and the case name I'm creating here is display is private. Okay, and creating here is a completely in echo statement, and the mass is reserved, so mass is almost the weight 9. Okay, so you can see is properly type this weight and apply is so sorry is type the break statement. Okay, so now I'm using the here is a default, so here I'm apply the symbol the output the statement just like here, I'm only presenting for another message for enjoy your week. Okay, so you can see here is properly rating this example. Just to use, here is a switch case to display method based on the value topic, and day is Monday, where output for the start the week, and the Wednesday is sick, it's immediately. Here's for Friday, stay for almost the weekend and enjoy. And the other day trigger are here, the default case with output enjoy your day. Okay, so now just I'm preparing saving this code, and let me run this code. Open this browser and just refresh, and now as you can see here is properly printing part, fix the midway. Okay, so you can see the switch statement are efficient when checking a variable against the several fixed values are open, easier to read them multiple equals this statement. So here is it for today's tutorials for the two essential control to structure like PHP for if else and the switch case. So the structure is perfect for simple and layered condition, while the switch case is ideal for matching a variable against multiple fixed values. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm exploring loops in PHP, including for loops, while loops, and the do while loops, and also the foreach. So each loops are represent code efficiency, saving time and effort. So now let's get it started. So first of all, here explain for the introduction to loops. So loops in PHP allows us to execute a block of code multiple times, and we use loops when we need repetitive action like process data in, and the main loops in PHP are for while, do while, and the for each. So now let's look at based on this example. So first of all, I'm using for loop. So now just working the for loop. So for loop is useful when you know how many times you want to execute a block of code. And here a simple example that displays the numbers of 1 to 8. Okay. So now here, first of all, I'm using for loop. So first of all, define for initialize I variable is equal to 1. And next time define for, you can see just I remove here. So first of all here I type is a dollar symbol defined for the I variable is. So, and I'm using this on space and type for here is a less than equal to the number of it. Okay, I'm using for the this dollar symbol and define for the I variable is incremented. Okay, so now ensure the output statement and creating this the symbol of equal, and this answer first of all have the message of a number, and using for declare I variable is properly defined for is simple of a line 9. Okay, and you can see this example here. First of all, I initialize I variable is equal to 1, and state now low round is I is less than or equal to 8, and increment for I variable after the duration, and the loop output number 1 and number 2 and so on. So now let's see the output. So first of all, starting this code and open this browser, and just I am refresh now. So I can see it's properly show the output print number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand this example. And the next topic for while loop. The while loop runs as long as the specified condition is true, and where an example the output even numbers from 2 to 10. Okay, so now let's create this while loop. So first of all, I remove for in this code, and here define the variable just like in this number is equal to 2, and then I'm using here is properly applied this while loop, and this inside I'm creating this condition. So first of all, I'm defined for here is a number is less than equal to 10. Okay, and this insert I'm creating this output statement. So first of all, I'm type for here is a symbol of equal, and here I'm using for the message for even number. Okay, and then define for this dollar symbol, type for the number, and also define properly the new line. Okay, and the next line here I'm creating again declare the variable name of the number is plus is equal to value of into. That's why this example start with this number is equal to 2, and the state the condition to continue to loop while the sum is less than equal to 10. After this loop number is incremented by 2, service output for 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. Okay, so now let's see the output and just open this browser again and just I refresh now, and as I can see here properly show the even numbers plus 2 and so 4, 2, 6, 8 and 10. Okay, so you can see the results. As you can see it's completely done, and the next tutorial topic for the do while loop and also for the, so you can see first of all is a do while loop is a similar to do while but is guarantee at least all the execution of the loop even if the condition is initially paused. And here's an example that I will put a message of even if the condition and alerts get started, so properly defined. So first of all I'm just going here and define the variable of the x. Okay, so as you can see here define the variable of x is equal to value of 15, and then I'm using here just remove this, and first of all I'm apply for, so just type for it is a do while loop. So as you can see the inside I'm creating this code, so you're using this equal statement and the type message, so those runs a list. Okay, so you can see here type the list, so you can see here the type is okay, perfect, and creating is completely the new line. Okay, and also in this new statement, and here I'm creating this while condition. So first of all define the variable of x and is less than for, okay, and as you can see the simple of example is x is state to 15 and all through the condition for s less than 10. And the message for this runs atlas still printed on, and the do while loop is useful when you want to run this code atlas on time regardless on the condition. Okay, so now just in this setting this code and just open and just refresh now. So as you can see here show the message for the rounds and the list one, and I hope you perfectly see the example is completely working. And the next topic for here is a foreach loop. Okay, so which is designed for especially I just throw is the element in array. So now I'm using for the program, as you can see just remove in this all code. So now it is now selected, and now I'm gonna select and then define for the variable name it is colors. It is equal to define for the symbol of arrow, and in this inside color the sum color. First of all I'm using the color is red, secondly apply for here is a green, and also for the third color apply is blue. Okay, now using the semicolon, and first of all I define for is a simple for courage. First define the variable just like using colors, and also type for here is the 3 values, so just define only the simple color. Okay, so in this inside I'm creating for this another course, so I'm using this output statements like echo and the color, complete here color, and apply for the dollar symbol and define the color, and also creating here this beard tag. Okay, so you can see this and the example for the array called the alerts, and use for here is long try the item and smoothly color the take the value of the current output for the color green, blue, and the forest loop is vary if the array and the data structure. Okay, so now let's see the output. As you can see, save this code and click on this browser and just refresh. As you can see, it's properly printing the color red, green, and the blue. Okay, so that's it for today's tutorial. Also properly covered the 4 types of loop in PHP, like for loops, for counting, while loops for conditional repetition, do while loops for Atlas 1 execution, and the core fetch for each loop to adding. So for each loop is small use case, making PHP flexible and efficient for repetitive tasks. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another PHP programming series. So today we're going to explore the multi-dimensional arrays and sorting arrays in PHP. So those tools are invaluable when working with complex data structure. So today first upon explain the introduction of multi-dimensional arrays. In this PHP programming for the multi-dimensional array within array, allowing you to store data in a structure hierarchical format, they are useful for representing table, arrays, or a list of information with multiple properties. So let's see how they work. So first of all, I'm creating a two-dimensional pattern. So create a 2D array and the student name user score, and first of all exam first define this variable name just like student says students is equal to define this simple of array, and I'm using this parenthesis and starting this closing, and this inside I'm creating this student information. Okay, so first of all I'm just type a symbol of a array and define for the name person name. Okay, so now I'm using this Arab sign and define for the person name is also, so first of all type for is a Sophia. Okay, so here properly type for is a splitting, not mistake. So now perfectly type the Sophia, and using for here is another one. So now define for Sophia score. So now I'm define is a score column. So using this Arab sign, the score is a 85. Okay, so here is perfect. And now in this array, so just copy here because I'm used for again. So just I am next line is paste and again paste. Okay, so now first of all and change for the score the for another person name, this can 78 and last for is 92. Okay, so now change for this in the student name. So first of all I'm creating the first name is Sophia, another person the second is to name is Alimia. Okay, Alimia, and the third name is here is creating is Olivia. Okay, so here I'm using for the Olivia, so you can type for Oliver and I'm using Olivia. Okay, so you can see I properly declared for this student name and also for the student grade. Okay, so now going for here and apply for properly for before each. So just going this next step here, I properly type into the simple of for each and the variable name just like is a student as a key value. So and type for only the single student. So you can see a student just using this curly bracket, so this inside score. So first of all I'm using the statement, and then here define first name, okay, and apply here is operator and define the student, and in the same only, okay, and using again the dot operator and creating this one, and then type for is appropriately the student is good, and using for the dot operator and creating this dollar symbol and calling the student, and in this setting start is including here the another column and the slide, okay, and using properly this dot defined for here is code completely, is it there? Yeah, okay, today example is completely done, and here I'm create a array call for the student is entry in the student is another array that holds the name and the score of the student, and query loop is either throw is a student and print out the name and the score, okay. So now it's properly saving all the code, and just I am click on this run icon, and as you can see not use this panel. So now it's perfectly done, and now open the browser and just refresh now, and as you can see here firstly printing the surface core 85, American core and the 87, and Olivia's core is 92. That is working is the two-dimensional array. And the next topic for sorting array with sort and the restart method, okay. So the sort function array, and the array is on descending order while resort those the same in descending order. Let's see this action with an array of numbers, okay. So first of all I'm creating here is the defined numbers, so you can see this stream remove for in this output. So here I'm creating a sample offering numbers, slide is equal to slide, here is the pattern, this including the sum number of 5, 3, 9, 1 and 7, okay, and then apply for here in this third and the function, and this inside, and I'm including for the add array is a number. Next I'm using for the symbol of printing, and so first of all I apply for the same in order, okay, and using this ascending order, and also using this indirect for is made suppose variables even numbers, and now I'm inside here is the key value here. So just I'm creating here, so as you can see here, and now that here is again, so just remove for this key and key value and decided only for the number, okay. So just type the number and just in this inside and creating this code. So first of all I'm using for the symbol of equal, and here first of all I'm using for the dollar symbol and define for the only the numbers, and also using this dot operator and using this engine, okay. You can see it's properly after upload this ascending order. So now just removing the browser and see the results. So as you can see, it's properly show the ascending order values 1, 3, 5, 7 and the 9, okay. So the next example I am creating for this ascending order, and I'm using this another function is slightly reset start, okay. So here first of all I'm type for is a resort, sorry, this type for is properly type the resort or sort, okay, and those things are defined for the added, and the slide is in the numbers, and also the semicolons, okay. Using here the properly this output statement and all here, and including is a beer tag, and type for is a descending, so descending order, okay. So just in this descending order, and also going in this next one, and I'm using this properly and for the age. So first of all I define these variables just like numbers of as again for the symbol over number and using is properly these curly brackets. So here I'm using this out for the statement, just like for, and define the variable number dot notation and using this one. Okay, so you can see here is properly applied this example for sort added, just like number, and descending order is done with a sort function. So next, add user, for here is a resource, is display is the descending order. The this function is make it easy to sort numeric or alphabetical array. Okay, so now just saving this code and again open these browsers and just refresh. Now as you can see here, I'm creating this symbol of array. So I'm just to solve for this error and creating now. So you can see I'm just define for and for remove for this one. Okay, so you can see, I'm sorry, I'm just here creating this semicolon. Okay, so again just save this code and click on this one, and you can see here properly show the signing order of the 97531. Okay, so this is properly working for in this function. So today's tutorial completely done and properly covered the multidimensional and sorting in PHP. So I hope you perfectly understand in this tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we are going to explore how to look through array in PHP using for in row. So this powerful way to access in array, and we'll cover this different type of array and how to see first work with those our writing. So today first I'll explain introduction to the foreach. The foreach loop is a PHP used to iterate over in these elements in an array. It is essentially useful because it is designed especially for adding, allowing us to access is without reading to manner in the founder and register with the basic. Okay, so first of all I'm using example for numeric array of a color and new the foreach to look display color. Okay, so first of all I define this variable names of the colors is equal to for this array. Here I'm including for the color. So first of all I'm using this story. Secondly, using this color is a green, and also apply for third color name is a blue. Okay, and also using this another color of a yellow. So you can see here I'm perfectly tag the color of is yellow. Okay, is done, and now I'm going to hand using for this simple level for each. So this inside the variable, first of all I'm declared this variable is a color, and now inserted it for as the key value and creating only the color. Okay, so and in this insert I'm creating for this for here. So using the simple of equal. So first of all, and color with the message and calling the variable simply in the colors. Okay, so sorry for it's not the colors and the color, and apply the this the time is creating new, and you can see this example of the color is added color name using the car the click to the elements, and this item of in colors is temporarily assigned to the variable like the color, and then print the color or in the new line range. Okay, so perfectly this, and open this browser and just refresh now, and as you can see here it's perfectly show the color custom rate in here blue and the yellow. Okay, so you can see here's properly apply for is this, and another example for looking through and associating this. Okay, so in this work with this associative array, use key values, and we can access both the key and the value. And here in the example with the list of the student code. Okay, so now I'm just remove this and define for the variable name, and for it only for score. Okay, so you can see the score for for easy equal to type for array. And here I'm inserted for the student name. So first student name is a Daniel. So this type for is a Daniel. And using for, okay, you can see apply using the Arab sign, and the Daniel for is 85. Okay, then inserted for the another first student name is Kevin. So just for apply for this Arab sign, and Kevin is for is a 90. And using for another student named H, and here type for is a student is Edward. Okay, so under this word and the Edward here. So now it started even 95. Okay, you can see here in this line properly defined for this student name and also for the student. Okay, so now in properly type for is that the declare the variable just like is post, and also type for here is a key value. So first here define for as the name, and using for again this Arab sign and including for this simple office code. Okay, so in this instead creating this board supposed to remove this command and insert this equal, and then turn first of all call the declare the student name and calling the variable of a, okay, and again apply for the student calling and calling for the variable and just like only the score and using for that new line 10. Okay, so you can see here the example is completely done, and here the first of all creating this is a for season association array, one a student name at the key and the score are the values, and in this for is a forest loop. So assign the each key to names and the each value is 4, and then the print is student's name is the 4. Okay, so now understand perfectly saving all code and click on and browser and just in refresh now. So as you can see here, first is print the student name is Daniel is 4 is 85, Kevin's score is 90, and the add for is a 95. Okay, so you can see this associated added the forest made it easy to access both like the key and the value, which is useful for the data that has level 11. Okay, so that's it for today's. So I am properly used for it look through different type of arrays and PHP and numeric array and the associated array. Okay, since this locally highly flexible and simplify handling, and especially when you access elements. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we will explore the basic of object oriented programming like PHP, including classes, object and the method. So let's go through this example to help you understand how to create and use class in PHP. Okay, so first of all I explained the introduction to classes and the object. So PHP support for object programming, which allows us to model real world concept using classes and the object. The class, the blueprint, and the object is the instance of that class. So now let's create the first class in PHP. Okay, so today I'm creating here is a basic class and object. First of all, create a simple class called the car, which has the properties to store car module and a method to display it. Okay, so in this inside, so first of all I'm creating here the symbol of a class. Okay, so you can create this format, it's not now. Okay, just is property type for the class name and define for this car. And using this telegraphic, so this inside I'm using here the simple of a public class name is defined for only the model. Okay, then I'm apply for is a simple function. Okay, so first of all here and type for is a public is a function and define for the function name is like a display model. Okay, so you can see here properly defined, it's called the display model. Then I'm using here is the output state name just like equal and this inside and have the message for car model. Okay, so car model is using here the dot operator and define for those method. Then apply for Arab sign and declare the model again. Apply this dot operator and creating the here is completely the new line. Okay, in this new line of code completely done and still going for the next step, I apply for the object. You can see first of all I'm declare here is a dollar symbol and then type for here it's a my car is equal to define for here is a new and the class name and define for here is a car. Okay, then calling for again my car object and apply for Arab sign is equal to declare the car model name is a test. Okay, and also using for again calling for the class if this object is a marker and then again creating the arrow sign and define for here is a discipline model in this method. Okay, so you can see this example here. First of all I'm properly define a class called a car with a public property for in this model and the method for the property defined is display model and the display model use this. You can see here in this line for this model that says the model property within the object. Okay, so we can see here it's completely done and now just setting in this code and now I have opened for the browser and I'm just refresh now. So as you can see here, you can see here's a page for the simple error. So now just fix it. Okay, so just going for here then define for. Okay, so now you are not defined for the model. Okay, now it's perfect, now it's working. Just again open, then I have refresh. Now just you can see properly show the car model is Tesla. That's mean after creating an object of current class and see the model property and call the disciplinary and to display the car model. This example show the basic of defining a class, creating an object and the method. Okay, so I hope properly understand. So next topic here I'm using constructor method. Okay, so a constructor initialize property way object is created and will be for update our this car class to take the model as parameter. Okay, so first of all I'm just going here in this next slide and then I'm going creating this another public function name I will apply here is a double dash and the name I'm creating here is a construct. Okay, TREC is properly defined as construct and this is inside and including for the properties of the model. Okay, again using this simple curly brackets and this inside apply for here those met and again apply for the module is equal to it can be clear for the properties just like here is the button. Okay, and going for here is indeed the public the function and the display module and you can see here is seeing this one and now I'm using for this another one. So in this first line of reading here and I'm recharging for this other part. So as you can see here, so now I'm just removing working in this line of code, use for this equal to sign, and define for here is a new this part. Okay, so only apply for in these part functions. Those things are included for another part. Model this slider in the, okay, so you can see here the properly type this and apply this display label, and it thinks is updated plus user contact method, or you can see this concept to state the model property when the object is created. Now we create a car object, and you can pass the model is direction. So now it's perfect, and you can see it's just setting the forward and click on open this browser and then refresh. Now as you can see here is properly updated for into the car model. Now is a folder. Okay, so you can see it's properly done, and using properly this concept makes object creation more efficient and organized, especially when there are multiple properties to say. Okay, today's tutorial properly covered the basic of classes, objects, and the method in PHP program. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm creating for constructor and the destructor in a PHP. Okay, so those are a special method used in initialize and clean up resource when creating and destroying object. Just want to look at this example that show different way to use this method scenario. So get started. So first of all, in this tutorial I'm explaining for introduction to constructor and the destructors. Okay, so in PHP program, a constructor is a special method called when an object is created and defined using the structure method, and a destructor on the other hand is called when the object is no longer needed using the destructor method. So now let's see how it works. So first of all, I'm using the basic constructor. This is a simple class with a construct that initialize an object properties, and I create a user class and with name properties and save its value for the construction. Okay, so first of all we are and for the class name using for the user. Okay, so now I'm using this curly bracket. So in this I'm creating this public properties just like here the name. Okay, next I'm using here, so first of all I'm type for here is a public function. Okay, I'm using for the double dash and quickly type for where it is a constructor, construct. Okay, it's properly typed constructor, and this the incident defined for the public user class is properly just like here is only the name. I'm only using this package, so now I apply for here this method, and then using for the Arab sign declare the name is equal to 18, declare for the simple name. Now I'm using this output statement just like for, and here I can message for user and define for increase the name properties has been created. Okay, so you can see I'm perfectly creating, and also grade here is a new line. Okay, so in this code is completely done this code, and now I'm just using for a username. So first of all here I'm calling the object is create this like user is equal to a particular, and this is a new, and the cloud just like user, and this inside including for the person name is camellia. Okay, so you can see here it's properly defined, and in this example just defining user class with constructor. You can see this, and then take a name parameter, and when we create a new user object with a camellia concept that start the save the name property and print the same message. Okay, so now just run this code and show the output in this or the browser. Okay, so now just save and open this browser and just refresh. Now we can see here, see the message for user for call camellia has been created. Okay, so I hope you're perfectly understanding this simple of example is perfectly shown here. Okay, so it's done. So the next topic for is destructor. Okay, so now it's perfectly using this structure to our user class. And this destructor is useful for cleanup tasks like closing database connections or releasing other resource. Okay, so just going for, so first of all I'm creating here is a constructor, and now I'm also create here is a destructor. Okay, so going for in this next line, and here again type the simple of function and calling for is a and destructor, so type for is a destruct, and also using these curly brackets. Those accident type for the message for equal, and then type the message for user and apply for here is a this, and creating the arrow sign and declare the name is the okay, so just in type for here is being dominated. Okay, and also define the symbol of here. So you can see here they are completely created almost, and I'm using for another new user. So now I'm creating this new user, name is Nova. Okay, so you can see here perfectly defined, and you can see this example properly added. Here is this is the start with this prints cell when object is destroyed, and then the in this program in this the PHP is automatically called the structure. Okay, so now the same saving this code perfectly and open for the browser, and just read for this page, and you can see over Nova has been created and the user Nova has been deleted. Okay, so I hope you prefer understand this example and completely done in this tutorial. So today I'm properly creating the constructor in PHP, help initialize this property or set up resource when creating an object, while start help clean up when the object is no longer needed. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial series for inheritance and polymorphism in this 3 program. Okay, any two powerful concept of programming suggest both two examples that show how to use inheritance to create a superclass, and how polymorphism allows us to define the method that we have a different access classes. Okay, so today first of all I'm explain for the introduction to inheritance. So inheritance allows a class to inherit properties and method from another class. This helps us to create new classes which usable for, and this is start by creating a base class and then a subclass that inherit from each. Okay, so today first of all I'm create here is a basic inherit, and just create a method space class, and then create a car subclass that inherit properties and make it from proper. Okay, So now let's create some, first of all, creating this class name just like here. Okay, so is define the vehicle and using this curly brackets. So this insert using for the public properties name basic brand. Okay, so now I perfectly type this simple of brand and also bring this next step up with this public simple function, and also type for here is a straight band. Okay, so you can see just I'm using this straight band and this inside and including here these properties. Okay, so now using this curly bracket, so here I apply is a this method and also create this arrow sign, define the brand is equal to, again declare this brand. Okay, so here is simply done, and now I'm first apply is a stage band, and now I'm including here is a gate band. So now I'm again tag this public and again using this function, and now I'm using for its name brand. Okay, so also create this curly brackets. So now here I'm using the return, so the return is stating this defined for the message. So first of all here I'm type for is a vehicle brand. I'm using for the dot operator and the define for this method and create this arrow sign. Also define this brand and the operator, and creating is completely here is a new line. Okay, is done, and then I'm also using for here is, so first of all creating this base class, and I'm creating here is a soup class. Okay, so first of all I'm creating this class name and define for again this card change. Okay, just type the extent for the refill. So this class I'm also using this curly brackets. So this insert type for here is a properly the function and the function name, and the type for is a just in type for is a perfect method to display information. Okay, using this method, and now also for this curly bracket, so now I'm using for the equal for the print stage name, and this inside first of all for is a car brand is okay, and using for the operator and define for that method are also declare the simple brand, and again this completely apply this lastly using it must be for the new block and this no new line. Okay, so seeing this is properly creating the base class and the subclass. Next I'm creating this object. So first of all I defined for this a object is a car is one equal to creating here it's new. Okay, and then creating is parentheses and also doing this next line. So here first of all called for the card its object and using this Arab sign. So first of all I defined for here is the state brand and declared the brand name just like here is for. Okay, next I'm using for is it code, and then apply for is calling for the check is car, apply for is error of sign, and define for his properly this gate brand. Okay, next I'm making apply for in the simple of car and using this one, and then type for here you can see this display information in this mentor. Okay, so you can see this program is completely done, and here first of all I recruiting here is a vehicle class with the brand properties and method to the state and the gate and the man name. Okay, and you can see here is the car just like state vehicles, meaning it inherits all the vehicles properties and the method. and this allows us to code as car tags, say stage brand and the gate brand from the vehicle plus. Okay, so now first of all I'm saving this all code and open for this another browser. So just I'm here the properly stage for this URL, this part, and I'm just refresh in this. Okay, so as you can see here, the first of printing this vehicle brand is for and the car brand is okay. So I hope you properly understand and see here is perfectly just show the output for inheritance as change the base class. Okay, so I completely done this topic, and the next topic for the polymorphism. So first of all explain the polymorphism. So these all objects to be treated at inheritance of their parent class even if they have overwritten methods. This enable flexible and the dynamic flow. And now see the polymorphism in action by overriding in methods in subclass. Okay, so today I'm using for extend this previous code by adding a pipe class that also inherit from vehicles but overrides the get from length. Okay, so just you can see here possibly using seed and also using for greater band, and now I'm creating here. So it's in the same for the button that simple update here. Okay, so just going for in this card exchange is get brand is perfectly okay. So now we are working in this line. So first is type for car plus is weight plus exchange, and in this line I'm using for the great brand. Okay, so suggesting type for is a great band and remove for in this, and here I'm using this properly the return stage 3 for the car brand in this line of code, and it is that, and also going for this next one. Okay, so in this next line first of all I'm using for another class. So class name create for subclass just like 5, and the exchange for here is again declare here is the vehicle and using for this curly brackets. And this insert first of all I'm using for the public type the public function, namely define for here is properly in this grade band. Okay, and using this curly brackets, so now I'm using this return statement. So and the message. So first of all type for here is a okay, so brand is using this one, then apply for the dot operator, then and also type for those, and just creating this Arab sign and also this brand dot notation, and then type for the new line. Okay, now you can see here in this new line is completely run, and now I'm going for this next system. So first of all I'm creating for the car is new car state brand, and I'm using for another brand, just type for is a folder and apply for is a gate brand, and just remove for in this display information in this pane. Okay, next I'm calling for here in this the object is by is equal to for here the new void. Okay, so and using for portable calling for this object is a bike and Arab sign, and then define the state brand, the name is Yamaha. Okay, so sorry, Yamaha is white. Okay, and using for this echo state main and declare for the object, and the second object is bike. Now you can is clearly here is the gate brand. Okay, so you can see here is properly completely done in this example, and here properly added is a bike class that all sustain the vehicles, both car and the bike override the gate brand network. The return class specify message when creator car and the bike object is on call its own version of a grade band. Okay, so now here is completely creating this example. So just I can perfectly say, and again open this browser and just refresh. You can see here properly show the brand is Honda and the bike brand is Yamaha. So I hope you perfectly understand in this tutorial. So I properly covered this inheritance and the polymorphism. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we explore interface and abstract class in PHP. So those are essential for restructuring code and defining common method access classes. Okay, so I'm creating this example and a perfect understand that what interface and abstract class are and why they are useful. Okay, so first of all I'm explain introduction to interface and the abstract classes. In PHP we interface and the abstract database and the visit the class helps us to define a blueprint for our class. Interface specify method that implementing class must define, while abstract class can provide both abstract method and define method the subclass can inherit. Okay, so in the today I'm starting for the example for inheritance. So now create this interface that is specific, that structure for any class implementing it. Okay, so first of all here type for here is interface and also type for the interface name. So just using this animal interface. Okay, so first of all I type here is the animal interface using this curly bracket. So the inside first of all apply is a public function, name is a met sound. Okay, so you can see type this make sound using for this again just type for is a public function name and type for is a okay, and you can see it's perfect. And then going to this next step here I am creating for the class. So now first of all I'm type the class me using for the dog. Okay, and also type for here is the implement and just enter perfectly this implement here. It's a animal interface using the curly brackets. So first using this again this public function name apply this mid sound and using this curly brackets. So now I'm apply for the region statement and message. So first of all I'm using dog birds. Okay, and the next step using for this another function just type for is a public function name and creating already here is a okay, and then using for again the region statement and the purchase for okay, yeah here is perfectly. And then using this semicolon must be defined and also this creating these objects. So first example after the dog is equal to take layer here in this dot in this class and also using this equal and here it not shown and heuristic remove. So first of all I'm type for is a equal. Okay, and then here I'm creating only for the simple of new line and here apply is first of all calling the object is dog and also using here the make sound this method. Okay, so here you can see this is the perfect and going this beginning and next line. And now I'm using for again all the symbol of 8 for and the dog, and using for this arrow sign and define for this another function, just like here is the move function. Okay, so you can see this example is completely done. So here first of all I define this is a animal interface with two methods like the mix sound and the dog class inline means for here is the animal interface with means is must define both of this method, and properly here I'm creating for this dog object and all the mix sound, and here is more on each. Okay, so here is perfectly done. So just time for all in code. So just save and open this browser and system refresh. So as you can see here, first part the sound make sound is printing the dog work, and the move function is printing the dog runs. Okay, so I will be perfectly understand and this implementation and then the record helping maintain consistent behavior. So different type of object. Okay, so that's show down for the interface. So the next topic here I'm creating this class. Okay, abstract class is similar to interface but not can contain both a abstract method, the method without bodies, and the concrete method which have bodies, and in this example we use an I will stack for this vehicle class. Okay, so now just first is properly creating this one. It can see it is all program and perfectly just remove. Okay, so here first of all type is abstract abstract class name I'm creating here is a vehicle. Okay, and using this project curly bracket, so this means that I'm creating using for perfectly public and using for the dollar symbol and define for the symbol of a brand. Okay, and the next step again type for this public fed this function. So function, so first of all I'm creating a constant. Okay, constant is constant, and instead of including here simple brand. So here first of all I define for is a code method, and also creating those the simple brand is equal while the again creating this brand. Okay, and in this set I'm defined for is the start public function. So first of all I will start and then another function name, and reading for here is a start engine. Okay, so start engine, and then going this next step, and here I'm apply for here the public function for is a gate branch. Okay, so just for here is a gate branch, and using this another curly bracket. So first of all here I'm type your return the stage man and creating so method. So first of all I'm type is a vehicle brand, and using these curly brackets like this dog operator and define for this method creating this Arab sign and perfectly define the symbol of a brand. Okay, and now I'm creating this class name. I'm perfectly find the car extend in this car vehicle in this class. Okay, so now I apply this again public function name, just like here I'm already defined for the start engine this method and apply this curly brackets. So now using this return statement and type the another spec here and type for here is a engine started. Okay, so started for, so apply this for and using for the dot operator and creating here is a this, and also define for this rf sign and creating in a single brand. Okay, so here in this perfect, and now just going for this object is perfectly defined. The first of all, object is equal to define car is a new car, this class name, and perfectly applied. So here I'm including for the car name is Silvero. Okay, so here is perfectly type is Silvero is the car, and just read this one, and here I'm defined for is that full statement and here, and completely apply this a single office question and define a new line. Now I'm calling this object is car. Okay, and then using for this rf sign, so first of all I'm defined for this a get empty in this branch. Okay, and the next step we're using for the sample of the again type the decode, and here I'm calling for the object is a car, and using was defined for this rf sign, and then type for a state engine. Okay, the second example is completely done here and perfectly defined, and I have a start class just like here is a vehicle with a concept and the grade math method, and I was start the start engine method, and the current class you can see this change the vehicle and must implement start engine because we have the struct class, parent class, and created car object, and all is made method, and can see both the inherited part is a get brand made for the override for the start engine method in the action. Okay, so here is perfect, and I'm just save this code, and I just perfectly run and open this browser and just reload this page. So as you can see here, first is printing the vehicle brand is Sivaro, and just start the engine for the Sivaro. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand this tutorial, including perfectly creating inheritance and the abstract class. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our today's PHP programming series. So today we're going to explore the three main types of error you might encounter going forward in PHP, like syntax error, error round, and runtime and logical error. And knowing this, you can save you a lot of debugging time, so you can let's get started. First of all, I'm explaining the introduction of type error. Okay, so type errors in programming are common and can offer for various results in PHP error generally for into three categories like syntax, quiz detected, and the PHP runtime errors, and code execution and logical error who don't draw an error but lead to unexpected result. Okay, so today you're starting for the topic the syntax error. Say syntax errors offer years mistake in the code structure, like a missing a semicolon or missed keyword, or those are your typically the here is the easiest to guess those PHP will flag open immediately. Okay, so today I'm just for this example. So now first of all here I'm using this output statement apple. Okay, and this first of all I am type this hello world. Okay, so step the hello world, and now you can see here is notice that here is defined is properly missing a semicolon here, and run this board and see the what happened for this not running this code. Okay, so just opening browser and insert refreshment, and you can see is properly defined for in this code. This output is show against, see the all the syntax error indicating here is a missing semicolon on this line and the syntax error are open, this straightforward topics and play right way and making to the easy to identify. Okay, so you can see here is a running this code and just define for against this code, and you can see here is just later on this code and see the here is properly run, and as you can see it's called for here is syntax error. Okay, so in this tab, next topic I'm just going here is another topic for here runtime error. The runtime error is error typically happen when the program tries to perform a impossible or undefined operation, just like dividing by 0 or accessing a variable that does not exist. Okay, so now just scripts, and you can see here just remove for in this line of code. So first of all here define is a simple of function name, there is a simple of divide. This instead I'm including the two variables. So first of all the variable of a and secondly define the variable of b, and using the curly brackets. So here apply for the range and the statement, and define the variable a and divide for the variable of b. Okay, so this inside outside here and creating the sample of equal and just declare this divide and the value of 18 and 0. Okay, so you can see in this line is divide by 0, and you can see just stop being to divide 10 by 0, which is undefined. And so let's this code and see the error. Okay, so just open this browser and just refresh. As you can see here, see the error says, you can see here this is a create a warning message. So and just here is creating this indicate a division by 0, and the ranting during the execution show that might not always be obvious and test the code. Okay, so stand is called here is a runtime error. Another topic for is a logical error. So those are the bird types the hardest to catch because PHP don't show any error method, but the output is incorrect. Logical error occurs and when the code does not produce the result due to incorrect. Okay, so now let's create again. So first of all I am remove in this code. So first define this function name, and creating is a calculate total. Okay, so let's start the function calculate total. Those things are including two variable. So first of all I define the price, and again using here is a quantity, and the okay suggestion perfectly type this quantity using this curly bracket. So now I'm using the state and the statement. So first of all I'm defined in the price the multiplication sign, another variable is a quantity, and apply this plus operator and the value of 10. That means in this line is incorrect calculation logic. Okay, so now I'm using this output statement and integral message. So here I'm type for this price and using the dot operator and find this calculate total, and then inserted the value is a 5 and 3. Okay, and in this line should be this 5 into 3 is equal to 15, so 25. Okay, in this example this function is calculate the total price of multiplying here the price and the quantity, but there is the undetained addition obtained which is produce an incorrect result. Now let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so now just saving this code and just open the browser and just time refresh. As you can see here is printing the total price is 25, but the correct total should be 15. This is a logical error in PHP, does not flag it. So it requires the cure be catch the code, their issues and logical error are often found for testing and reviewing your code logic. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we're gonna deep dive into for error handling in PHP using the try catch block. Effective error handling helps you catch issues gracefully, preventing your application from crashing for the unexpected. So now let's get started. First of all, here I'm explaining for the introduction to try catch block. Think this block I can allow us to handle exception, unexpected condition that could normally terminate the script, and the try block transport that might throw an exception, while the catch block handle let shape in this hours. And so now let's look at how it works in PHP with two examples. First of all, I'm creating this handling division by okay. So first of all, here I'm tag the simple function name is type for the code invite. It seems that I'm including the variable of a and secondly including the variable of b. Okay. And now I'm using is a try block. So first of all, in this inside here, I'm using for the if statement, creating this condition for is variable of b is equal to 0, and using this, so in this inside, so I'm using for the trial for the new exception and type. So first of all, here I'm type for is a division by itself. So type for here is perfectly defined division by 0. Okay, you can see it's perfectly create, and then going for in this next step, and here I'm perfectly using this return statement for variable of a and divide for the variable b, and using the simple of catch block and this inside creating this exception for e, and here making the using this return statement and check the error. Okay, so error, using this perfectly dark operator and cleared them, creating this arrow sign and define for here is perfectly the get message. Okay, so you can see it's perfectly defined in this get message. So and now here I'm using this output statement just like in this proper is a pro, and declare this including here is a 20 and a variable value of 20, and the variable value is 0. You can see here in this simple example is perfectly defined a divide function that take if the divisor is 0. If it's draw an exception with custom error in the try catch block and capture the exception and display a user friendly error message instead of crashing. Okay, so now that is saving this code and click on this, open this browser and just refresh, and you can see the result of error for division by 0 error. That means switch means the issue cleared to user using perfectly. This try catch block handles such predictable error more effectively. Okay, instance next topic and using the file handling error. Okay, when our studio perfectly defined, so you can see just here I'm creating this another function. So just remove for in this all code. Okay, so just remove, first of all is defined, name is defined, So file content. So just in type perfectly this read file content, and these things that including here a simple object. Okay, so file name. Okay, and using this next step, this curly brackets, and I'm using this try catch block. So I'm just trying this in here, that here using for the if statement, creating this again. The condition is not operator, and then type is 5, and for the exist. Okay, and including for Aaron another parenthesis, and now we search is a file name, and that creating for, and here just apply it through, and just creating this new exception for the file not found. Okay, so just add for the method, so just for 5 not found. Okay, it's done, and just remove for in this value of 1. Okay, and it's going this next system, and here I'm using for another one the content. I think the variable is content is equal to define for is first of all type for is a 5 underscore 8 over content is content's name in this inside, and I'm including here the simple option file name. Okay, so and going for using this return statement and declare this content. Okay, and is done, and using for the catch block exception for E, using for again the return statement and type the error method. So first of all we type the simple of rule, and using dot the operator to find for the E and apply this pair of sign and define get message. Okay, so perfectly type word is called the get message, and this then, and then using for the lastly here define for in this a symbol of April, and calling for is a read file content. So first of all displaying here, you can see first define, and now I'm printing this function name is read a file content. Okay, so just creating here first of all I'm defined is a read file in this content, and this inside including for another file just like yours is the non-existing. So EXIEING. Okay, so existing is extinction for the test. Okay, so you can see this program is completely done, and this example is created here. The function is a reach file content function. So if the file if not draw any section with a message for file not found catch flow, the capture is a section to display the message. Okay, so now just I'm saving this code and open again in this browser and just refresh. Now as you can see here error message for the file not found. Okay, so GC needs this output. Please inform the user about the issues without crashing a crash. This is an effective way to handle error in PHP. So okay, so I hope you perfectly understand in this tutorial for try catch block. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm creating and learn to how to connect PHP to MySQL database using two popular groups like MySQLi and PDO, and understanding this data connection is essential for creating dynamic data driven website. So let's get started. So first of all here I explain the overview of database connection option. Okay, so PHP offer two primary way to connect to the MySQL database, like the MySQLi and designed for specific for MySQL, and PDO means for the PHP data object. And we support multiple database. Each method has its own advantage, and it will explore both in this two drive. Okay, so today first of all I'm connecting with MySQLi. So this is straightforward way to connect to MySQL. So now let's get started. So as first of all I'm defined for the server name. So now first of all the variable name is creating. Here is a simple type server name is equal to, now I'm creating here the local host. Okay, so you can see here I'm creating already open for your individual local host. Okay, so the next time using for another one easy using username. Okay, so just declare for the symbol and then type for is a user name, can write for the name for using for the assembly route. Okay, so the next using here password, so just type for is a dollar symbol and then type for is a password is equal to case sorting, this part was 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. Okay, and next is here creating the database name. So first of all type is database is equal to creating here is a test underscore. Okay, so you can see here is properly defined this, and now I'm create the connection. Okay, so first of all here I'm calling this dollar symbol with variable using this connection is equal to declare here is a MySQL. So type the MySQL connect. So this inside. So first of all I define for here is a server name. Next time including here is all the username, and also started for here the symbol of the password. Then I'm creating database. Okay, so here is portfolio and define, and now check the connection, and here I'm using the if statement. So first of all I'm creating this condition is a connection, and this means that I'm creating this code. Okay, so here first of all I'm using for the symbol of a TRE this method and this insert creating here. So first of all I type the message. So here is the connection. See, connection is a failed. Okay, and also using this dot operator and calling MySQL connect, and this for a simple of a error method. Okay, so I'm just going here, I'm using for another one. So just doing this next step here, properly using for another output statement echo, and here I'm type for is the message for connection is successfully. Okay, so you can see just type for here is successfully. Okay, and you can see here's properly defined this connection is successful, and you can see this example in this code used for here is a MySQL connected. Here is a connect. So you can see here I'm using for define for. Okay, and to open this connect to this mic server, if the connection ping the MySQL error function screen return and the error message. If we get a confirmation message saying this is connected successfully. So now you can see here is properly for in this local host is completely. So just start for the Apache and MySQL and properly in this code is saved. Okay, so select all there and open the browser and just refresh for display and see the result. Okay, so just open this browser and just refresh now. As you can see here, see the result for the connection successfully. Okay, so I hope you properly understand. I can see here this procedure process we can easily and MySQL. So also has a object oriented styling wait case. So now just I hope you perfectly understand this topic is done. At the next topic for connecting with the PTO. PTO means that the PHP data object, which is more versatile option as it supports the multiple database beyond on MySQL such as PostSQL, SQLite. PDO also operate error handling. Okay, so now just I'm starting for this program. So first of all, I'm here this type this structure. So you can see here I'm using for not server name, and here I'm using for only DSA. Okay, and this I'm creating here is URL. So just here type this URL. So first of all type is MySQL flow, and then type for the host is equal to type this properly the local host and the semicolon, and also using for the DB name and apply here is equal to suggesting using paste underscore is a D. Okay, and in using for the username and also for the password suggest in this mode. Okay, so now here I'm using this properly and simple option try block. Okay, so just going here. So first of all I remove for in this line of code. Okay, so this is removed, and then going for the next 6 time. So now here I apply properly using the symbol of try block, and this insert. First of all I'm creating this connection. So it's going this next system here. Completely apply this dollar symbol and type for CNM is equal to type for is a PTO. Okay, apply here using this the dollar symbol and then type for the DSN, and also using for the complete applied username, and also insert it here is a symbol of the password. Okay, so the next step apply here is the PTO error matrix section. So you can see using here again this connection and apply this arrow sign and define for here is the attribute. Just type for here is a safe attribute, and this insert including here is the creating home, and this double colon, and also apply here is a attr underscore using here is a okay, and then using for ERRDODE, and also using this type for is a PDF again for the double flow, and here type for PRMOD, and using here is exception. So PXPT. Okay, so it's properly defined for the symbol of the exception and creating this semicolon. Okay, and here I'm using the symbol of the output statement and type the here type for is a connected 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 successfully as successfully using the ETO and creating this time. Okay, is done, and also going forward here the error catch block, and this, and I'm creating this another out for the stage me. So here I'll type for it. So first of all, type is a connection is a thing. Okay, and using this dot operator and define for the extension for e and applied with Arab sign and define for its appropriately 8 message in this function. Okay, so you can see this program is completely done, and here just use the ds, the data source name is screen to specify the post and the database. And then here great, here is a symbol of the PTO object to say error to move to the PTO. So here is a error mode exception for handling error as exception, and it's supposed to skip and board control over error handling compared to sensor system. Okay, SQL. Okay, so here is complete, and I'm saving this code and later run this code now. Okay, so open this browser and see the result. So now here just open this browser and just refresh. So now I can see here, see for the connected successfully using this PTO. Okay, so here the completely show the message I perfectly understand in this tutorial. So here I completely, so in this tutorial is properly explore the method to connect to PHP, to MySQL, and the LA procedure and the PTO approach. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm creating for execute SQL queries using PHP. So PHP makes it easy to connect with MySQL database phase, allows to create, read, update and delay the data directly within our Windows web application. So today here I properly previous tutorial is starting of the database connection, and you can see here in this code and this example, this let's assume we have a database. All here are the test and this table just like here. So you can see here I'm just student, it's simply set for, you can see this, and now the time this ring, and you can see here in this code is previously again created. So now this will create, and in this code inside and just simply update. Okay, so in this browser, so I'm just refreshing, and you can see here this program is connected is successfully. So that's mean this in the example is properly defined in for the server names, username, password and the database name. And when useful here is a new MySQL language to please the connection if the connection is failed. An error message will display it here. So you can see here if the connection is completely passed, and here does the surface vessel and connected peacefully. Okay, so the next topic for the main point for executing selected query. So now let's look how the data from the database using the select query. So suppose you want to get the name and the email of the users. Okay, so here just remove for in this all. Okay, so just I'm remove, and you can see here just have only tag here is SQL is equal to, first of all type is a select for the name, and also here is inserted for the email prompt the table name and just like easy users. Okay, and creating this syntax, and next here type for is another variable, just result is equal to declare, here is the connection, and the Arab sign is defined as the symbol of query, and these settings including here the SQL. Okay, so here is perfect, and then using for the simple way apply this in the state for, first of all here define for the condition is a result. Okay, so here is define this result and separating this sign, and defined by this number of row. Okay, and then define the 0 and using this one, and in this inside I'm creating this for, and so this inside I'm taking apply for this conditional statement is okay, and create this condition define of a group to clear is equal to clear a variable, and the first one is result, and also creating this Arab sign and define perfect the page under the success. Okay, it's correct, and this synthetic creating for this find, and also inside creating this output message. So here first of all I'm type for the April, and creating is properly the name. Okay, so the name using, and also creating this again the dollar symbol, and just define for the stable row, and the same I'm including for only the name. So now this also define again this dot operator, and creating the email, and creating this dot operator and define, sorry, so now I'm only using the dollar symbol, and then type for, you can see here I'm using for, it's not correctly this, so using this email, and then apply for again a symbol of also the row is reaching the square bracket this inside, and here a symbol of email, and upload this operator, and creating here is completely. So define is not now. So first of all, using this complete almost, I'm just type this double quotation, and here I completely tag a single copy of our tag. Okay, so I was going this next system here, I'm also using this else statement, and this inside using this output statement is equal, and here is printing code 0 results. Okay, so you can see here is the simple of example completely done, and here is right is select query and store each in this variable, and the connection query methods runs the query if there are a result and theme and display those username and the emails. If no row are returned the 0 result, this approach the same reading date. Okay, so you can properly tie in this and perfectly show the output. So I hope you understand in this tutorial during and define as connected to database and execute properly the select query. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand in this tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today is starting for the PHP programming series. So today's topic for insert, update, and deleting records in MySQL database. So these the basic operation are essential for building dynamic application that interact with database. So by the end of this tutorial, you will be able to add new reports, update existing, and delete data using the PHP and the MySQL. So now let's go. So already creating this example for setting of this MySQL database with those recordings. So now just I'm trying, so please take previous example topic and notice. So next, this is starting for the previous topic part, inserting a new record. So now let's start with inserting a new record lead into the database. So first example, so we add a new user to the user table, and here is out. Okay, so first of all, here I'm creating this person name, apply this name is equal to, so now here I'm creating, this is a name, so the name type is a Eliza. Okay, so Eliza using for Oliver. Okay, just take this Eliza Oliver using this semicolon. And now I'm using for another one is the column name, just tag with the female and the person email address. So I'm type for is a Eliza @example.com. Okay, so you can see here I'm creating this for the double quotation inside here, another string. Okay, so you can see it's properly clear, and I'm creating here is a simple SQL approval tool. So you can find here is a first tag that insert into and apply the user. First of all, here I'm declare is a name column. Second, apply here email column, and also include here is a values. Things are starting here is possible. So setting the single and defining for is a name column, and the next one here including for here is another column just like extract email. Okay, so you can see this properly declared, and now here I'm using for completely if this statement, and these things that I'm creating is connection for Arab sign and per declare this query, and including here the simple program is a skill, and I'm using the condition type is equal to is proper defined and can is shown to false. Okay, so just since I'm creating this code, and here first of all I'm removing in this comment. So here first of all I'm using this output statement just like equal, and here creating the message for name record. So you can see the record. Okay, new record created successfully. Okay, the new record successfully, and also this page and creating one. So here using this another equal, and here the type the error message skin is not match. So then define this SQL, and again this operator and complete applied with the beer tag. Again apply for the dot notation, and then type the connection is 0. Okay, so you can see type this a symbol of 0, since the program is first of all defined for your the first name and the email variables and the new user, and then write it insert for into 32 and add to the table, and the insertion is successful and confirmation message is shown. Okay, so now here first of all is saving this program. Just open this browser and see the message for the new record is successfully created. Okay, so now here, so just I open this browser again, and just in this space here and just, and as you can see here it's properly show the record for the new record created successfully here. As this computer successfully working in this example, I just false is printing for this error. Okay, so your students are just going to the next step, and here I'm creating updating a record. So first of all here is not a null value, and now I'm creating this updating a record. So let's move with this updating an existing record. Suppose we want to update an email address of a user ID 1, and here how we do that. Okay, so now just going for here, first of all I'm reading here, it says remove for in this name case column. Here I started is a new email. Okay, so type for here is the update, this variable is a new email, and here including for is a just define for is a Oliver. So just type for the Oliver example.com and get also inside for the user ID. So just type for here is a complete for this user ID is equal to 1. Okay, and here I'm creating this update one in this session. Just I remove for in this code. Okay, so here first of all I apply is a update the users, and also apply this date and that email. Okay, and is equal to, and here I'm creating this for the single quotation and insert the first dollar symbol, and in type for here the new underscore element. Okay, it's perfect. And then also creating is a here for apply and clear the ID is to take equal to take declare easy follow for the user and simple dot I. Okay, so here's properly defined in this one, and I just going for the statement and creating the same one, and then type for the report update successfully. Okay, system perfectly type for is a message here using the report. So the record updated and the sky is updated successfully, and otherwise printing the object in this line and remove here. So face not for me please. Okay, I just properly save and this remove this line. So here first of all I'm completely free this sentence rep.error updating and updating report. Okay, so you can see here completely defined, and in this example I'm creating this new email, the updated email address, so the user ID identify the specific report and update, and you will be update query to exchange that email for the user. With that ID added, query is around for successfully a confirmation message display, and otherwise it should show the error. Okay, so first of all I'm saving this code and just let me run this code now. Okay, so here just open browser and just refresh now, as again here the report updated successfully. That will be completely run and show the successful confirmation. Okay, so I hope you understand this completely on the second topic. The third topic is deleting a report. So let's look at deleting report one to remove the user with ID one here code to do that. Okay, so first here I'm just using only the user ID one, and then I type the delete from user and just remove this here, and I type for this another column is a delete from the users, and also using this is a where loss just is perfectly defined, and using for the I is equal to user I as the same is connection with state name for all boolean value for the two both, and the stream for this, and here I'm using for the output statement report deleted. So just type here is deleted, so it's not correctly type. Okay, so perfectly deleted successfully. And another one printing for error message. So you can see I type for this is connecting, so deleting DELIT. Okay, deleting report explain, and you can see this example first is state that the user ID specify where's report and want to delete the delete variable, so remove the code where it ID match the specific user ID, and if the deletion is successful print the deletion successfully, otherwise print for the error deletion breaker. Okay, so now just like we're around this code, and so now just open again and this browser and just refresh in this page, that you can see here the message for record successfully deleted. Okay, so you can see here 232 deal the three topic is completely done, and here is properly cover how to insert update and delete report in the MySQL database using for the PHP programming. Okay, so this operation allow you to manage your data dynamically and fundamental to building data driven web applications. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm creating forms from with PHP. Like forms are essential for collecting user input on your website, and either it's for the logging, sign up or feedback. So in this tutorial we'll cover the example and the basic contact form and that process. Okay, so the end of this tutorial, you know how to write and handle forms using PHP. So now let's get started. So first of all, I'm setting up a form. Let's create here the simple HTML form. This form will connect a username and the email address. Okay. So first of all, I am creating already for the new file for in this HTML. So in this inside, write for the HTML with PHP. So first of all, creating here the HTML for, and this inside including for PHP file. Okay. So first of all, here I'm check the basic for, you can see use. So just on type for is a block type. Okay, and also this HTML, and also, and then this next line here I'm type the symbol of HTML. Okay, so you can see it's completely great vertical structure. Okay, so now first of all, I'm just direct born in this body deck, and inside here I'm creating the H230, and this name I'm creating here is a contact form. Just type out here is perfectly all the contact form, and you can see. So yes, I'm creating this starting. Okay, it's done. So in the next system here, I'm creating a basic from is capture. So first of all, I'm type for here, you can see is not now, only the type for here is less than sign, and then declare for this form. Okay, so now this is insert. First of all, I'm creating here the action. Okay, so action is defined for, it's for 5 names. So php.5 names, and here the index.php. Okay, so you can see here is a perfectly direct this index.php, and now here I'm also creating the main project. So just like here is the post. Okay, so here's perfect, and now first of all I've declared he's the name Bill. So name is like the input guide. So you can see using this import type is a text. So just type for here is a text. Sorry, text. Okay, text, and the name for is again defined. This is a name. Okay. So now here in this line ending point, I'm creating here the basic of beer technique. Okay, so you're perfect, and then I'm using this another field just like here. Okay, so now again process and this process and the input type just like check email, and name is also for here, it is email. Okay, and again creating the here is a simple this new line. Okay, it is perfect. Now I'm using this for another input, that this inside process type is a submit button, and also now this is not used for the name, and here including the simple is value is also for the submits button. Okay, so you can see here it's completely creating this HTML code, and now here first of all I'm create a prompt with this fields username and the email, and you can see this is a action attribute specific that the from data will be sent to the index.php. index.html when the prompt is submitted, and the method is sent to the host to the securely saying the data. So now I'm creating here is handling from submission with PHP. Okay, so this inside, so first of all I create to this PHP in index.php file to handle the submitted data. This PHP is will receive this username and the email. Okay, so first I'm using here this if statement and here creating this condition. So first of all define this dollar symbol and then type out the simply call this server. Okay, and also here is a insert. I'm creating this curly square bracket, and then I'm typer is a request is a request method. Okay, just type the request method and is now is so equal to here, including this all here is the post method. Okay, it's perfect, and this inside I'm creating this port. So first of all I declared the variable is in name is equal to, you find for this dollar symbol and the underscore. Now I'm creating here the post method, and the post method inside creating here is the name file. Okay, sorry, I'm just abusing not all the small letter, so the lower calculus using for another email. Okay, okay, is equal to using for the post method, and this instead including here is called the email field. Okay, so here is almost complete, and then I'm using the output statement to type for metro and inside first of all typer is thank you. Okay, so thank you, and define this dollar symbol and the name field, and again creating here is a new line. Okay, so this new line is complete, and also the next system here and using for again this statement just like, and here typer is only will contact. Okay, so this type the contact at. Okay, now I'm including here it's an email address. Okay, so you can see here is completely creating in this code, and here in this code just check if the request method is filed here the post, and I'll reach out the value of the name and the email from the front. Finally this display a message is confirming that we are receiving the information. Okay, so now this template is saving this code. Okay, and just again save for in this code. Okay, so now just open this browser and time here is refresh now, and second I'm not working because first of all copy this and again open this browser and just refresh. Okay, and change for this HTML exam and dog here and including local host before the enter. You can see here the printing for the contact from name email. So here I'm using for this name, so the username is a Camelia. Okay, and then the email address is Camelia @example.com, and you can see just click on this submit. So you can see here thank you Camelia will contact and add this email address. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand this example, and this is the basic example of handling from data with PHP. Okay, so that's it for today's how you learn how to create from with PHP handle text and the email address. Okay, so this is a easy process to properly creating this data and perfectly this data dynamically. Okay, Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we are going to talk about for handling get and the post request in page. So this request type for essential for sending or receiving data in web application, serving as a specific purpose. So by the end of this tutorial we'll understand how to work with get and the post requests for in this example. So first of all I'll explain understanding get between post maker before giving into the example. Let's quickly overview post request. Get requests are used to receive data and send in the URL. They are useful for searching or filtering but not for sensitive data. As information is variable in the URL, post requests, on the other hand, are used to save data securely. They don't display the information in the URL, making them usable or sensitive data like password. Okay, so first of all, here I'm just handling get request. And now create a search from that. Use the get method to pass search from the PHP and those display each. Okay, so first of all open this index.html in this file, this format and this inside. So first of all I'm creating the else to this type and the same here. Type for is a search from. Okay, so here type for it is completely creating this heading, and now I'm using here it is a from deck. This insert first is creating the action and the PHP file name just again using for the index.php. Okay, and now I set up for here the method just like here the get method. Okay, so now first of all here from here call the search and using for the symbol of input first is a text. Okay, and the another is the spreading here is a query. Okay, so query as a query and was me defined in this new line. Okay, so now here I'm using for the input field, and so first of all input file is a submit. Okay, and now here define for the value is not new. So now including here the value is also here is a search. Okay, so you can see here it's completely creating those external code here, and this the action is say to serve their page PHP and the method is get, and we submit the form and the search chart to send for the URL as the query parameters. Okay, so it is done, and now just I'm going opening this email ending page and create this file, and here creating for this get coding. Okay, so first of all using for this statement is a conditional statement, and this is a type for is a state. Okay, so this deploy the variable using the get method. Okay, so you in the inside I'm creating this curly brackets inside and including here this query. Okay, and in this inside I'm creating for first of all I'm calling here is a search term. Okay, TRTEH. Okay, sorry, it's not correct, this one is correct. Okay, so is that equal to, now I'm calling for here it's a get and method, and this inside I'm including here the symbol of the query. Okay, sorry, it's a type the query this kind. Okay, so now I'm including this query, and now just also use this output statement and have the message for the new search. Okay, so the search for and now I'm applied this dot operator including the HTML special characters, this one, and this is that I'm including here the variable is including here perfectly is a search term. Okay, so you can see this example here is ended at PHP inserted used for get query to recheck the search term, and you also verb each rule HTML special character to the securely issue like HTML in the question. Okay, so now just I'm saving this code and again save for the system HTML code, and just first of all I'm copy for in this file open for the browser and just time based here. Okay, so just in place, and you can see the first of all I'm change for is a Java NaviStyle doc, and here including even local host the address for the enter. So you can see here it's completely typed with the search from, and you can see search. So here inside the search for the URL, so first of all I'm type for is a www dot, so here I'm type for is google.com, and you can just click on icon and you can see here search for the google.com. Okay, so I hope you understand the example update request power. Okay, so another topic for here is a post request. So today now I'm handling this post request, and this time just create a logging from where the user enters a username and the password, and the prompt will the post to save the data securely. Okay, so first of all I am again opening for this index.html file, and now I'm creating this logging from. So now I'm just new for here including a small here is a logging from, and also for using this index PHP, and now I'm using for this post method. Okay, so now first of all I'm using here, so I just remove this. Okay, so here first of all I'm including is a username in this field. So now I'm using for this input field, so first of all type for is a text and a name, and here I'm inserted is called a username and must be defined for here simple is a new line, and again apply for the another field is a password, and apply this simple both input field and type for is for the password, and also for the name is again apply is a password. Okay, so now also creating near the simple of line, and here in this input field for the subnet, and also here I'm including logging. Okay, so just perfectly using this logging, and here now going for this index.php set this possible, so here properly used for in this needed the post this send the username and the password to log in the index.php secretly. When the prompt is submitting, we process the data without displaying it in the URL. Okay, so now I open for in this index.php, and here I'm creating for this another one. So just remove this code because of the GET request code. So now I'm creating a post request method. Okay, so here I'm using for again this statement, and this inside I'm creating this condition. This slide here is a server, and also using this inside I'm creating here so request in this method. Okay, so now is equal to grading, and here is properly post method. Okay, so this means that I'm creating this post. So first for remove this, and here first including here is the username is equal to calling for here is the post method, and this inside I'm including here is a callback username. Okay, Next I'm using for again creating the dollar symbol, and then type for is a third. It is a password equal to using for there is post and method, and this inside square brackets, and so inside is here is a password. Okay, so you can see here perfect. Now using this output statement first message, so welcome. Okay, and using the operator and also typer, here is a HTML a special character. So this is including for the custom, including a username. Okay, using this and this operator and creating for here the post using this sign and completely complete in this line. So now just bring here again for another for the output statement. So just before, and this insert I'm printing for the another message for your password. Okay, so your password is securely, okay, so securely, okay, it's securely received. So you can see here in the properly received. Okay, so here the perfectly defined in this request method is first to confirm that the data was sent securely, then reach first in the username and first word using post likely for use for the HTML special character to prevent secure. Okay, so now just saving this code and again save for this code, HTML code, and now just first of all I'm just copy for in this file box. So just copy and open this browser and just I am remove for in this URL and test this new URL, and just I am remove this XAMPP and HTML doc here including properties of local host and press for enter. And you can see they are perfectly open this logging from the username and the password. So now here use the username just like the spot and inserted the password, so 123H. Okay, so I will just click on this enter, and you can see here the message for it's not saved. So welcome is called the your password is securely listed. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand this students tutorial completely covered how to handle both get and the post request in the PHP. Hi everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we're going to learn how to validate from inputs in PHP. Validating user input as essential to ensure that the data is the correct format for before processing. So today just look at this common validation type: record field, email validation. Then now let's get started. So first of all, I'm creating this example for validating record field. So first of all, I'm pretty simple from their course, a user to fill out their name and just use for this validate the from is PHP to make sure the name field isn't selected blind. Okay, so through the first name or for the index.html and the insert creating is the heading. So heading is to this increment creating for the registration form. Okay, so registration form. Okay, and also again this next system here I'm using for the symbol of a from tag. And now first of all I'm creating here the from method using creating for the action. Okay, sorry, bigger mistakes. So now it's perfectly detection in the index.php, and I'm creating here is the methods, and I'm creating here is the post method. So first of all here I'm using only the name field and using for the input this insert the first of all take a text and the name is also for here is the important name. And now creating for here is a new line. So next step, apply here is a simple input field. So first of all, input is a submit, and now including here the values. So just I remove for this name, and here insert is a value for is called a submit. Okay, so here from the same data to the index.php using the post method. So now let's look at the PHP code that takes if the name field is empty. Okay, so first of all, here I'm using for the if statement this insert and creating condition cyber is a server, and you can see this server, and the variable name is a request method. Okay, so you can see here the request method. Also here I'm defined for creating the post method. Okay, and this next one here I'm creating the variable. It's a name field is equal to, now I'm using here string. Okay, so here the string. So first of all, declare is the post method, and the variable just type for here is a name. Okay, so now I'm making using for statement and creating this condition. So first of all, I'm type for is empty. The variable name is only again for the name. Okay, now I'm using here the output statement equal and the name. So the name is record. Okay, keyword D. Okay, record, and also apply here is a speech name, and I'm creating the show for the another message. So here I'm using for first of all type this is a welcome, and apply this data and the notation, and using this HTML special character, and here I'm including is a name field. Okay, so you can see here those example is completely done, and here I'm properly using for is the validation of the registration form. So here it is perfectly creating, and now I'm just saving this code and again save for in this. Okay, so you can see this the stream is removed for any extra space and empty to check if the name field is blank, and is empty is display message from the user to fill in their name. Otherwise, the its screen part is welcomed by you there. Okay, so now this open for those, and first code save and HTML code, and first is properly copied in this file part and open this browser and just refresh, and it's not directly including this URL. So here at this type for is a local host and press for enter. And you can see this the printing the registration form, and here I'm using for the name as Daniel, and just click on submit, and you can see here a welcome is Daniel. Okay, so I hope you understand is creating for the welcome the user particular this name. Okay, same here is done. So I'm creating this another example for email validation. The email validation is validate it to ensure it in the contact email format. Okay, so now just same here is creating this email validation form. So just remove for this registration form, and here I'm creating this email validation form. Okay, so now first of all the action for the PHP and the method for the post and this inside including here emailed field. Okay, so just type for is emailed and type for type down the email, and also name is also called the email. Okay, you can see here this complete, and you can see the form saying the email tool index index.php using this post, and now let's see how the PHP can validate that the input is in a email format. Okay, so this inside, first of all, I'm creating, here is a server request method for the post, and you are using for this another variable is email, and using the screen the post just defined for this email field, and now I'm using for the is statement and this inside including here. So first of all, type for is a filter variable. So just type for the filter and square the variable, and this inside define the variable name is a the type is a email. Okay, and also for apply for, so first of all I define for, okay, so now just open space, and because it's perfect. First, because the filter valuable email, and this inside I'm also including is a filter validate email. So just type is a filter. Okay, it's not great. Okay, filter. Okay, underscore is a validate, again underscore for is a email. Okay, so now just remove, and using this curly brackets here, this inside this properly printing here. So now system remove for name is record, this one, and just begin remove, and here type for also using this April, and this M type for the message. So thank you, your email is valid. Okay, so just type for message email is valid. Okay, this is perfect. Then using for the else statement, and just remove this space, else insert this printing here, so just remove for again this statement. Okay, so just remove this perfectly, again tag this, sorry. Okay, again use perfectly this inside tag another message. So here type please enter a valid email address. Okay, so you can see here in this file is properly, and see this example is completely done, and here use for the filter variable with the filter validate email filter to check if the email input is valid. If it's confirmed, to use user to, for otherwise prompt to user to ensure the valid email address. Okay, so now just I'm saving this code, and just also save the HTML index.html in this file. So now just first of all copy for this file, for open this browser, and just remove this, and now just again including for type for is a local host, press for enter, and you can see here is creating this email validation form. Okay, so now I'm being set for proper valid email. So first I'm including here is a wrong address. Okay, so you can see first of all type for is first letter is a capital. Okay, so Jenny @gmail.com. Okay, and you can see the same click, and here properly catch for thank you, the email is valid because it's not valid. Okay, so as you can see here using for this again just recent. Okay, so just again, okay, so here I'm just taking this copy this file path and just insert it here again, and I'm just type for here is the local host, and please for enter. I can open this field. So now here I'm type for the email address is familiar @ for Gmail. sorry, I'm using for example.com. Okay, so now just this agreed here is properly, this example is working. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand. In this tutorial I'm using for here the two example, the essential example for validating technique in PHP, and also checking for the validating an email part. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to our PHP programming series. So today we'll learn how to read from write to find using PHP. Working with files is essential for tasks like saving data, logging and file configure. Seeing this tutorial, I am using the example for reading a file, writing data to a file. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, I'm creating the example for a reading a file. So now let's start with the reading and with the file PHP. We have a name for, I'm reading for the sample that text file that contains sample. Okay, so first I'm using this, so starting for this program. So first time define a dollar symbol, and then here just insert it. It's a file name is equal to, so I'm create here is just like a sample dot text file. Okay, so now using here is a if statement, and this means that I'm including this condition. So first and type for is a file exist. So if x this one and including this file name. So first I'm define this dollar symbol and creating this file name. So now I'm creating this code. So first of all, it's time to define content. To define for is a find underscore get contents page that I'm including for is a file. Okay, and now I'm using this output statement equal and type for is first of all I'm file content. Okay, and using the dot notation and then calling for the variable is a content. Okay, so now you're using for the else statement and creating for this another output message. So here creating this file not found. Okay, so you can see this example here, just using for this is a file get content to read the content of the sample.txt inside and store in the variable if the file exists, and print the content, and if the file isn't found display an error message. Okay, so now just time for opening this browser, and this time refresh. Now as you can see here, you can see okay, and here the file content. So now I'm going for this open here, and this time open is a sample.txt, and you can see here is creating for this file content. Okay, is for completely content in this file. Okay, so here is done, and you can see this message this completely run in this reading from file. So another topic for is writing to a file. So now let's move on the writing data to a file. Just we'll create a new file called the output.txt and write to it. Okay, so first of all I'm just here remove all this code. Okay, so here first of all create this file name. Another file is suppose output dot text extension, and also creating here one between one content is type the message. So here and using typing the message for this is a new file create created. So created by PHP. Okay, and also creating here is a new line and also type for another message. So here and type for is allowing, so learning PHP file handling is fun. Okay, so and LRG. Okay, perfectly fine and handling. Okay, so he's completely done in the sentence. So and now I apply the conditional statement for the else condition. So type for here is the file put contains this insert post including this file name, and secondly including for this data just like a content. Okay, and here I'm using the not equal sign and then type for this condition is false. Okay, so these things that apply for this output statement. So first of all I'm type for the data successfully successfully. Okay, so successfully return to apply this dot notation and then define for the file name. Okay, and the next I'm using for the else statement and creating this another message. So here including the echo, and now I'm printing for the another message for error handling RITNG writing tool. So I'll just type for here it's a sample of file. Okay, so here is completely done in this example and here perfectly applied, and here using for the file code contents to write data to output text file inside of those functions create the file either does not already exist, and if the data is successfully written and get a success message, otherwise an error message is displayed. Okay, so now open the browser and see the result. Okay, so here just copy for in this file part again and just print this browser and the same press here and change for in this XAMPP and htdog here including is properly the local host. Okay, and press for enter, and you can see the message for the data successfully written to output.txt file, and here I'm properly using the message for this is a new created by PHP learning PHP file handling in fun. Okay, so remember for this message, so you can see here properly created this return file in PHP. Okay, so that's it for today's process of properly basic file handling in PHP, like reading and writing new data. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today this tutorial topic for file upload and handling files in PHP. So now let's look at this example and properly understand. So this technique are useful for handling documents and the other file types in PHP. Okay, so now first of all I'm creating from just should be used for the first method code and having this encrypted attribute state to multiply from data and including a file info. Open this HTML file and first of all I'm creating for h2 tag. Okay, so first of all here I'm using this h2 and this inside enter the message just like here is upload this file. Okay, and now I'm creating here is a symbol of from tag, and first of all here I'm reading this action. So action is inside the tag index.php file, and also sit for here the method and apply. This is a post method. The name also create here is a encrypted type is a multiple. So just type for here is a multi part slash, okay, and type for is from dash data, okay, it's perfect. And now I'm type for is a simple of a label. So this inside, first of all, I'm using here define the for. So for is creating is a upload file upload, okay. So type for is a file upload, and the same the method. And so here I'm choose file to upload, okay. So this is perfect. And then going this next 7 here, I'm treating for this input source. So now I'm only type for is a input field, okay. And this inside type for is first include, sorry, it's not correct. So just type for using this one and input type a file, and also a name is a file upload, and also is including id is again for the file upload, it is a import, okay. So it's perfect. And then creating the sample and button tag. First of all, type the button type is submit, okay. And this inside type for is upload, okay. It's perfect defined. This is completely done, okay. So you can see here in the HTML port is properly creating, and now I'm create here is a PHP port, okay. So here first of all I'm creating this PHP port, just will validate the file and handle the upload and save it to a directory on the server, okay. So first of all check if the file was uploaded, okay. So first I'm using this if statement and creating this condition, and just type for here you can see this server and the variable name, and just type for is a request, okay. The request to make what, okay. And then apply is equal to, and I'm creating here is a post, sorry, just type for is the post method, okay. And also using for this double and signed, and then type for is this to this function. So first of all including the files, okay. And this inside define the variable name is a file upload, okay. And this perfect, this inside, this is inside. So first of all I'm creating is a dollar symbol, define for is upload directory is equal to, again using it's a uploads, and this flash, that's mean is defined where to store upload file. Next time using here the symbol of a file is equal to creating here is a dollar symbol, and it defined for the symbol of files on this inside, including here is a file upload, okay. This perfect done this example topic. And now here is creating this another of example, and you can write for the basic error checking this step. So here first of all I'm using for this statement, and this seems that creating this condition is a file, okay. as in using this single MTM single quotation base inside type the error message and apply for here is not is equal to and then type for is upload under the score error under underscore this method. Okay, so now next here printing this output statement echo, and here I'm printing the message, so just type for error uploading. Okay, so typing is the error uploading in this file. Okay, and here a type for exist in this file. Okay, so here is done for basic error checking this, and the next step we can check for the valid file size for so the example limit for 2 KB. Okay, so here I'm using this again conditional statement, and this insert I'm including here, those are the files. So now insert it here the file size and creating here is a greater game 2. Okay, and apply the application sign for 1020 pixel, and again for here is 10204 this pixel, showing here is 2 MB. Okay, now using this output statement equal, and here is the printing, and type for here is a file is too large. Okay, so also type for here is a maximum 5 and this 2 MB. Okay, so here done this one, I'm just going this next one again you're using for this in this exist. Okay, so here is completely correct, and you can check for another variable file tab only allow for the image or write the code. Okay, is done, and now I'm using this generate a unique file name to avoid overriding. Okay, so now just going this next step here, I'm using this another code so in this outside, and so first of all I'm type for is it file name. So first define the dollar symbol and then type for is properly is it file name. It is equal to type for here is a unique, so it, so using the dot notation and the single quotation inside stack is okay, and also find the dot notation and the 5 for easy base name. This insert the path for is a symbol of a file and including including here is the name. Okay, so next time using for again this dollar symbol and type for another variable is to target find parts. Okay, is equal to using for a properly type for is a upload directory notation, and also including here is a file name. Okay, so you can see here is that you can see just move the file to write the target directory. So you can see here I'm using for again the statement and this inside creating this condition. So first of all I'm type for is a uploaded file, so first I define this file is only the file and using this square graphics. Okay, start and closing, and this the type for a single quotation and the type for the same for array is tmt and tmt and the score is a name. Okay, now I defined is a destination, so remove this, and here this destination and define for is a target file path. Okay, and now I'm using this outward statement and type for here is a completely in this equal and the printing the message. So first of all and type for here is a file uploaded. Okay, is loaded successfully. Okay, creating is a successfully and must be defined is a line. Okay, And also going here is the next line, and you can check for using for again. Okay, sorry, is going here, and then type for this output statement echo, and then type for is another one is a file path, sorry, using the file path and created and defined for, here is the target file path. Okay, so and also using this statement and creating this telegraphic said using this echo, and type for is another method, and here I'm type for this arrow moving this file. Okay, and also done, and again using for another one, so you are again using for this else statement and using this bracket, and apply for now for statement equal, and you print this method no file upload it. Okay, you can see here, just show the example for on small process. You can see the strive for this anyone and perfectly show the output for in this console. Okay, so here in this tutorial I completely working is more way to create it, upload it, and validate it, this the prompt. Okay, so this is done in this tutorial. I hope you perfectly understand in this process. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm create a simple API using PHP. So now let's go over this example, create a free request to reach write data. So I will hope you perfectly understand. So today is starting for the example to get request, and first let's create a simple get request to page data. In example, in this API will read or a list of user as a JPSC object. Okay, so now let's create. So first of all, here I'm type for is a page. Okay, so in this instance creating, so first of all using this double quotation and type for is it's a content type. Okay, let's start, and the content type is application. Okay, application, it's a JSON. Okay, so now this is using the symbol of a user. Okay, and now just creating here that user. Okay, so first of all here I'm creating for is a dollar symbol, and then tag for the user is it equal to using the square brackets. This inside again creating for again one the square bracket. So first of all I'm creating for in this ID. Okay, so the ID applied for the out of sign for ID is 1, and creating here is the name field. Okay, so now that's I'm creating for this username is apply. So here I'm applying for user name, just type for it is Lucas. Okay, so now here I'm creating this comma, and in this line for I'm also used, so just copy and paste for the next line. Okay, so you can see here I'm using the total 5 names. So now inserting for the another user is Henry, and another username just type for is a Benta. Okay, so just creating for Benjamin, then creating for another name, just type for is a lady, and using for the Daniel. Okay, so just same type for here is a Daniel. So here is properly defined for in this username. So just same including for is a ID is 3, 2, 4, and 5. Okay, so you can see here is properly defined for these 5 username, and just going here, remove for this file. Okay, so here I'm creating this semicolon master defined. Now I'm using this output statement, declare the symbol, sorry, I'm just type for only the people. Okay, and using for this JSON format, so the JSON input, okay, is a perfect equal JSON input, and the skin set including the variable is define the user. Okay, so we can see this example just define for array of user and the users of the JSON to retrieve the array JSON. And this code, when accessed through the browser or a tool, a postman will display the data is just JSON format. Okay, so now just I'm saved in this code and let me run this code now. So open for this browser and just I'm refresh now. So as you can see here is properly show that JSON format. So ID 1 and the 2 and the Henry 3 Venza and the 5 is Virginia. Okay, so you can see just properly and see the output and can see the raw data and the headers. Okay, so here's properly show the output. Okay, so I hope you completely understand in this tutorial. Today I'm create a simple API in PHP with gateway on gateway request. Sorry, so and explain this technique to build more complex API interact with data. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So the today topic for handling JSON data in PHP. So JSON is a widely used in API and data exchange. So understanding it's for PHP developers. So covered this example. So previous tutorial I'm cover completely encoding PHP data in JSON. So please check this tutorial and next starting in this. So now today coding for decoding JSON in PHP. So also for handling JSON data from an API request. Okay. So first I'm creating this example for decoding JSON. So decoding JSON data in PHP. So just with JSON data representing a user and not, and we'll cover it back into the PHP. Okay, so first of all here I'm declare the variable name is a dollar symbol and then type for JSON data is equal to, so first of all using this single quotation starting the bracket and also just closing the bracket, and first of all in this is an including for the ID. So now just inserted the ID and again creating the name is a, so declare this name and the person name, just type for here Camellia. Okay, and also using for another field just like it, email, and inside for the email address, so just type for is a Camellia @ for Gmail, sorry, so type properly gmail.com. Okay, it's done, is perfectly, just I'm create for the same. Okay, and first of all here I'm declare so using for the user, so user is equal to declare this JSON decode. Okay, and again we include for the JSON data. Okay, okay, And the next step here, first of all, I'm using the output statement equal, and for here the user ID. Okay, so now just including for the user ID upload and the notation defined for the symbol of the user, and also including here only the ID using the dot operator, and creating here is a new line. Okay, so this line is completely done, and now just I'm copy for is a new line of code. So just copy and paste a next field in the next line. So now change the first of all including here the ID, second name, and third is email. Okay, the first time including this ID, and the next time including here is a email, a name and email. Okay, so you can see using for the JSON data with the parameter to convert the JSON screen into the associate area. Okay, so now access, easy access is element bytes like a regular PHP array. Okay, so now just I'm saving this code and open this browser and just I'm refresh now. Okay, so you can see here it's creating this error because this user is not here every level. Okay, so now let's take it back and declare this user and prepare show the output. Okay, so now just again going and change for this JSON data, and just again back previous and creating part in this example. Okay, so you can write here. So first of all, again it's not here defined for this user, so it must be declared first user. So using instead I'm creating this sample data. So first of all using these square brackets, so this is that I'm including first insert double quotation, and inside I'm using this ID. Okay, and this creating this Arab sign is ID is a 1. Okay, then I'm using the part as a name field, and now inserted for another name, so equal to, so now insert this another name, so just type for is a Lucas, and so on, and only including for the symbol of email field, and creating this Arab sign and inserted for this email Lucas. Okay, at the rate gmail dot com. Okay, you can see simply use the this in this in this coding. Okay, so I hope you understand the first to declare these main variables. Okay, mistaken. So declaring these variables, so user, this next is working for this own statement. Okay, so now I'll understand this simple examples. So, and the next topic here I'm just show for handling JSON data from the API. In the real world example for handling JSON data from API, in this example just use PHP to make the request to sample API the JSON data and decode it. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all here I'm just remove for in this all, so properly just remove, and first of all here I'm including for is a dollar symbol, and then type for a API output. Okay, sorry, in this using for the URL using equal to, and now space for this link for the URL and the JSON placeholder, so just I'm based. Okay, so the next here defined is another variable is a response is to declare the find get content, so just type is a find underscore is a get content, this intercent including for the URL. Next using for another variable like data equal to type for here is a JSON decode. Okay, and now I'm including here the variable is a response is pro. Okay, it's done. Now I'm creating this output with the statement for, first of all, 5 is post id. Okay, and insert the dot notation and define for the sample of data, and this inside beginning including for the id, sorry, is just using this dot notation creating here is properly done in new line. Okay, so in this line for this complete, so now I copy in this line and first of all next two line. Okay, so now just change for the first id. Now I'm including is a culture hello for the page 8 contents. Just type for is a content. Okay, also going here and just stage for first say the id. Secondly, I'm including here, so it's title. I'm creating here, it's a body tag. Okay, so just define properly the body tag. So you can see this example here, and firstly use this gate file get content to send the GET request to API and receive the JSON response. And then JSON's decode covered this initial PHP array. It can access into fields like this ID, title, body. So now just and saving this perfectly and just copy for this file and hoping for this browser and just paste here. Okay, so just remove this jam htdog and here I'm including this local host and respond enter. Okay, just wait and see the result. So as you can see properly printing the post id on title is using the a simple r. Okay, so in this state is especially useful when working with external APIs on the microservice. Okay, so I hope you understand in this tutorial is properly sweet and perfect cover the decoding JSON data and also creating for this, and then I'm completely using for this handling JSON from API for the JSON. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm explore for the password hashing and encryption in PHP. So this is essential for securing sensitive data like password in web application, and cover this example for password hashing and also for the encrypting data using PHP. So today first of using this example for basic password hashing. Okay, so in this password hashing is that use the password hash function to create a secure hash or a password. Okay, so first of all here I'm using a sample of a password is equal to, so now here I type for is a my underscore secure, again the underscore the password. Okay, so the next I'm using for another for hash tag, and then type for sorry using this dollar symbol, and also type using the hashtag password. Okay, so just in password is a hash password is equal to creating is properly password under for the symbol of hash this function, and constantable is in this inserted and including here is complete, and next here I apply for the semicolon, and you can see here I'm using this output state method, and this inside type or is original password. Okay, so you can see here I'm type the original password and apply is and using the scrolling, and the variable first variable is a password, and apply for dot notation and apply creating this new one. Okay, and this next system I'm using this output statement for echo, and here type for is a hash password. So just type for is a password, and including here is a dollar symbol, and then type for a hash password. Okay, so you can see this mistakenly creates. Now I'm using this proper and p type for perfectly, and you can see here I'm calling for the hash password, and also find and this dot notation and space and using for the easy new line. Okay, so you can see this example here I'm using for password hash, generic hash for password using a secure hashing algorithm, and this constant password default is ensured that the hashing is done with the recommended algorithm is hash password is that could store is a database. Okay, so here's done, and so now I'm saving this code and just perfectly let me run this code now. So opening this browser and just refresh this page, and you can see here simply it. So just use this arrow and just properly check, and you can see using for this hash symbol is password is correct, and the hash password and also the hash password hash. Okay, so you can see it's log defined. This mean is the big problem mistake here. So now it's done. So just save and open again this browser and just refresh. So as you can see here, you can see the first is printing the original you inserted this password, and secondly the secure password and the hash password. You can see here's all the secure password sample. Okay, so I hope you understand. Okay, so the next topic for this encrypted data. Today I'm creating this encrypted data. Unlike hashing, encryption allows you to check the original data. Okay, so now how you can use this optional encryption. This function is to protect sensitive information. Okay, so now is the starting for this program. So first of all I'm define for the data. Okay, so remove for these alls. Okay, so first of all define this data basic for default to, and here type of the message is the same stated information. So just type information, and next step using for another variable just like easy one design, and including here is a key value. So system character and just randomly u. Okay, that means it's a 16-bit character for a skip code, and now it's also used so that type. Okay, so now this define creating these another here for define is a dollar symbol and I is equal to. So here I'm type for is open SLL random. So first type for PE, then SS scale is creating here, then I'm type for open SSL underscore apply for here is a random short of BIOS, and this inside I'm just define for the length. So here type for is a open. So first of all I'm type with a simple of open, then again type for is a L underscore is a just type for is a CIP HER and underscore, and then underscore define for the simple of the length. Okay, the length, and also encoding for here is from is first of all I'm try this as the code and the ES dash 128 hash for the CBC. Okay, is done, and next I'm waiting for the program for encrypt data. So first of all, I'm define this, the variable is a dollar symbol, and then type for is perfectly is encrypted, CRYP encrypted data is equal to, so now I'm just here I'm using for is a open SSL. First of all, JSON open, okay, SSL underscore in this that correct, okay. So this means that first of all I'm define, sorry, this it is including for the data the dollar symbol for the data, and also including for the ASCII from, so AES, sorry, ACS for 248 and CB, and define for the key. So just type for again define this dollar symbol key and also including the password. So here I'm inserted for the first applied this 0 and secondly including for IV. Okay, it's done, and I'm using for another output statement. So here I'm using the simple of 8 code and type for the message. So first of all I type for is a encrypted date, so encrypted date, okay. So just have this data and create a flow and using the dot notation and pulling the variable of encrypt data and using the dot notation and creating properly the name line. And you can see this example here I'm posting using for open encrypted with ASCII code and AS1 CVC algorithm. So secure encrypted is this method, okay. So you can see here is also generated the initialized vector for IB to ensure this instantiation is required. So now just I'm saving this code properly and let me run this code. So here now this is properly saving all these code and click on this run button and just open this browser and just time to refresh now. So as you can see, it's properly show the output for the call the encrypted data. So I hope you understand this tutorial. So I'm completely done for this handling for the encrypted data. So that's it for today's tutorial. So I hope you perfectly understand. Hello everyone and welcome back to today's another topic. So today's topic is the important topic for web security, searching file uploads and form handling in PHP. So today I'm just creating this validating uploaded file using the statement in previous SQL, and also so today these techniques are essential for any secure web application. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all is starting for the sample of example for securing file of use. Okay, make sure to restrict the file type to only this allow. So example for image or PDF, MIME type can be taken to ensure it match all our topic. So first was defined as variable just like it's allowed. Okay, sorry, I'm just using for this dollar symbol, and then type for is it allow me, and is type is a name is type, so is equal to, now I'm using this square bracket. These things that I'm typing for is image format for the JPG, okay, and also for another state for using for simply apply this image underscore for PNG this format, and also apply for another option for application. Okay, the application PDF. Okay, so you can see this format, and now you're using for this another variable just like this pipe. Okay, and this mainly this type page properly using for mi underscore content. Okay, so this I'm including here this file. So first of all, define its state file, and again use an including for only the file, and also another state for single quotations and the same temporarily underscore in this name. Okay, so it's perfect. And then using for again this statement creating this condition. So first of all is not in underscore in this array. So first of all I'm including is perfectly defined is file name type, and again using for the type is allowed be this type. Okay, so here is to and properly apply for also destroying this next step. And now I'm creating for this statement for div. Okay, and creating this one. So those things that I'm including the type for here is a invalid file type. Okay, we can see here is defined for these is a restrict the file or tab only use this using port, and in this make take to ensure it message allowed type. And you can see here is defined for only for secure buying upload, and here is the process. Okay, so you can see must be type for your own project inside. Okay, and the next topic is securing prompt handling. Okay, so today here first I'm show example for centralize for the same case user input. They use the PHP input and the XML special character functions to sanitize the set input data. Okay, so now just remove for in this all and hope you understand in this coding. So first thing, define this variable is a name using this equal to Apple the Steam HTML special characters. These things that I'm including here is a post method. Then I'm defining the variable is a name, and the next step in listen here I'm using another one, and you can see apply is a email formatted individual to type here is a filter input. So just time is tag is perfectly and filter underscore in this input. So first of all type is a input underscore, this is a post method, and also insert here is an email. So variable name I am for creating here is only the email is a email field, sorry only type the email, and also including here just type the filter underscore is a sanitize. So properly type here is a sanitize in this underscore in this email. Okay, so here's done, and you can see here properly creating this coding for sanitize in your input. Another option for validate input to so make sure this all input meet your validation criteria. Suppose example correct email format report field. Okay, so now just use this example in the next step here I'm using for sorry it's that accident. This instrument trading is not, it's type for filter value. So type the filter under is the underscore variable, and this inside including the variable name is in only the email. Then using here so just in type for is a filter underscore value date email. Okay, and then I'm using for the coding special type this function. I need this insert type again for doc invalid email address. Okay, so you can see the properly link defined for is a invalid input. Next one, for the prevent cross-site scripting, they skip output to avoid injecting malware to our HTML using for HTML special character or HTML titles or any output from user. Okay, so the next step here, using for the output statement, just type for here is a echo, and this inside is type for here is a HTML special character, and this inside including is a file name file. Okay, and you can see the properly defined for this all step, and I'm properly perfect understanding in this tutorial. So here I'm completely sure for all is here also the way to secure file uploads and form handling in PHP.